Welcome back, guys. This is a compilation of Skinwalker stories. Here are 9 of the scariest Skinwalker stories that can be found on Reddit. They are extremely scary, so buckle up and get ready. Also, if you think Skinwalkers are real, go ahead and subscribe. And if you have encountered any, make sure you comment below. And send your stories to me on my email. I hope you enjoy. I just bought a home on the Ohio-Michigan border. It is in the middle of the woods. I only own about 5 acres, but it is surrounded by over 600 acres of woodland. There is only one other house nearby. I've noticed a few strange things and had a few strange things happen recently. I will explain in detail. I'm worried about the possibility of a Wendigo or Skinwalker, but I am not knowledgeable on the subject and would like to learn as much as possible to protect my family. The red flags. An older single woman sold us the home. Her daughter and son-in-law were helping her sell it by the owner. Many times the daughter mentioned about how her mother was paranoid living there. She had lived there for over 20 years, but now never leaves the home, even though she is in good health. She said she would never answer the door whenever someone knocked, and there are cameras outside. There is also a flashlight in every room. They accepted our offer of about 60,000 under asking price. We loved the property and told them that, but couldn't afford what they were asking. They met us where we could afford it. During the home inspection, the inspector tried opening a window and it was stuck shut. He went to try another and the homeowner stated, "None of the windows open. They haven't in years." I didn't think anything of it and just assumed they were old and broken. The home was built in 1985 and had original windows. The inspector also found some issues with the exterior of the house. There appeared to be a lack of maintenance outside. Once again, the family stated that the homeowner just didn't like to be outside anymore and spent all her time inside. I met with the homeowner at her house again so I could gather some measurements. While I was there, she showed me how a few things in the home work. She made it a point to show me a light on a pole outside. She said, "If that light ever goes out, replace it immediately. It is way too dark out there without it." She has also stated that at night we will hear coyotes right up against the house, as they like to gather by a bush near the front porch in the winter. A co-worker of mine has lived in the woods 2 counties over for years. He just went through a rough divorce and was forced to sell his house. He just gifted me an Axis deer skull with antlers. He said it was gifted to him when he bought his property and he kept it by his front door. He now wants me to have it and suggested I hang it up outside. I'm a hunter and I thought it was cool and never thought more of it until now. My fiancée and I have both been having nightmares, not about a Wendigo, but my nightmare is about my newborn son getting possessed by something. I've had the dream a few times. My fiancée won't tell me about her dream. We haven't taken possession yet, but we will on November the 6th. I'm concerned something is going on with the property. I want to know if you all think I have anything to worry about. If you think I do, what can I do? Update from Help, I bought a home with property and something isn't right. We have been living at the new house for 13 days now. We have taken some of your recommendations of cleansing the home to get any bad vibes out. And things have been great. But there's a creepy pattern happening. For the third time, I just found bones just outside our door. This time, it was what appears to be a deer femur head. This was found outside of the door that leads to the back deck. A few nights ago, there was a pile of smaller bones by the door leading to the front porch. And one of the first few nights we moved in, there was a long bone by the rear door, right by where I just found the femur head. I didn't think anything of it the first two times, assuming the long bone was left out there by the previous owner, and I chalked up the pile of bones to an animal. But it's weird that it's happened 3 times now, and each time by a door. Is this something to be worried about? The only other strange things happening are I cannot get the motion lights to work outside. They were already installed. I changed the bulbs twice now in them, and they worked when I went inside. Next night, they did not. So far, I'm just chalking this up to bad wiring. A few times we have heard a very strange sound outside coming from the woods. I'm an avid hunter and do a lot of camping and have never heard it before. It sounds like a loud propeller chopping through the woods. Possibly sounds elevated off the ground, but it's hard to tell. After it passes though, the woods go crazy. It wakes everything up. We see deers running around after, can hear coyotes howl. It takes a few minutes for everything to settle back down. Do either of these things sound like I'm dealing with something out of my league? I'm sorry for the dumb questions and stories, but there's just something about this property that makes me worried. Thank you. When I was about 10, my family wanted to drive cross-country through the Southwest, visiting places throughout Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. We stopped for a night at a cheap cabin. I don't remember the exact location, but I remember it being somewhere between Alamogordo and Roswell. The area around it was very densely wooded, and it was about 20 minutes from a small gas station where we got food for the night. It was a 2-bedroom cabin with a living room, and my parents took the big room. My younger sister got the other bedroom, and I was on a pull-out couch. The couch was placed directly next to a large window, looking out at a creek leading into the woods. The day went by, and everyone went to sleep. I woke up around 2 in the morning to a knocking on the window. I was facing away from it and was too scared to turn around. It wasn't a random knocking either. It was rhythmic, like a waltz with long pauses. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Too terrified to move, I lied there, trying not to make a noise, until whatever was out there started to make a quiet, shrill, high-pitched whistle. When I heard that, I started screaming for my father, and the knocking abruptly stopped, and my dad ran into the room. He's not a superstitious man, and says to this day that he didn't see anything. But according to him, the sense of malice that hit him was unlike anything he ever felt before. He got my sister, and we all slept together in a big bedroom. The next day, I looked at the ground outside the window and saw a large deer track leading directly up to it. We have done similar trips until I moved out, but my dad refused to go back to that area. I saw some videos about skinwalkers on TikTok, so I started watching videos about them on YouTube, and there was a whole podcast where this guy just read stories about them from Reddit and other stories that people submitted. Well, our ward at church purchased a piece of land way back in the day. It's seriously just wooded area with a little bit of swamp. Anyways, we would always go there for campouts and scouts, and at night, when it was pitch black, we would all play manhunt. Well, one time, we all got down to one person whose name was David. Growing up, he was super fast, and he would hide really good so nobody could ever find him. He would always end up being the last person. Well, one time it was down to David, and we had split up and gone way deep into the forest towards the swamp because it seemed like it was impossible to find him. We thought he might have gone a little bit further than we usually go. We started getting into some more muddy and wet terrain as we get closer to the swamp-like area where the water is probably shin deep, and we saw David way out in the swamp, and he wasn't wearing any shirt, and with the spotlight on him he looked super pale, but he just stood there and didn't say a word. You could seriously tell something was off. Then all of a sudden we heard David from behind us yelling, trying to get our attention, so we would keep trying to chase him down. Meaning, what we saw in front of us was definitely not him. So being a bunch of 12 to 17-year-old boys, we started yelling and running back to the campsite as fast as we could. Nobody believed us. In fact, for years everybody made fun of it, calling the ghost of David. But then I started listening to these stories, and every single one of them sounds just like what happened in some way or another. I'm going to preface this by saying this is a long read, but it's worth it. My friend and I were chatting about this creepy experience we had, and I'm finally trying to get to the bottom of it. So I figured I'd turn to Reddit for some answers, if there are any. People will probably think this is fake, but I don't care. Believe it or don't. I have no clue if this animal creature is a skinwalker or just a very creepy animal. This took place around 2019, and I do live in Tennessee, right on the outskirts of the Appalachian Mountains. So here goes. Two of my friends and I were driving on a desolate back road at night. We were jamming to music and talking. Everything was normal. I was driving, my friend Hannah was in the passenger seat, and our friend Chris was in the back seat behind me. Hannah was trying to pull up a song on YouTube that wasn't on Spotify, so it was silent for a bit while she was waiting on the website to load. But Chris and I were still talking. We came up on a small animal in the road, but I didn't think anything of it. Well, I expected the animal to move pretty quickly once it saw us coming down the road, but it didn't. As I got closer, I slowed down to let the animal have enough time to run off, but it still stayed very still. It almost looked frozen. The closer I got, I could make out that it looked like some kind of cat. The only thing was, it didn't look like any sort of cat I've ever seen. It looked like it had fur, but the fur was flesh colored. Its ears were very small, almost like a kitten's, even though it was only a tiny bit bigger than an adult house cat. It was laying in a way that looked like a phoenix, facing us. The scariest thing about it though was its eyes. Not to sound over dramatic, but its eyes literally looked like the pits of hell were burning inside of them. They were reddish, orangish, and had twinkles of yellow in them that reflected off the headlights. The whole car was silent, and I just stared ahead. This cat scared the living daylights out of me, and it still wasn't moving. I felt a huge pit in my stomach and began having intense anxiety. It was almost like I was frozen, but I was not about to stop to figure out what this cat was. At this point, I had to steer around a bit to pass it without hitting it. I was probably 3 inches away from touching this thing, and as I slowly crept by it, I watched it through the window the entire time. It did not flinch, and the eyes still had that same glow even without my headlights directly on it. After we passed it, about 5 seconds later, Chris yells, "What the heck was that?" I immediately start freaking out, shouting, "I don't know!" Hannah looks up from her phone and says panically, "What? What did you all see?" She looked behind us and kept asking. We explained what happened, and she said, "I didn't see anything behind us." Chris and I looked back, and sure enough, it was gone. We drove up the road to a church and turned around in the parking lot. We wanted to get back to Hannah's as soon as possible. When we got back, we rushed in and told her mum what we saw, but we didn't mention that it looked like a cat. We described it as a small animal. Her mother stops for a minute and says, "Was it a cat?" We were blown away. We told her that it was, and she said that her and her cousin came across the same exact thing when they were teens, only it was in a different area, and they saw it peeking out of the bushes. She still, to this day, doesn't know what it was, and she said that she thinks about it from time to time, even after 30 years. So I guess I want to know a few things. What was this thing? It didn't look like a bobcat, mountain lion, or fox. Is it a demon, skinwalker, wendigo, an unknown Appalachian creature? I've heard all of the legends regarding the woods at night. Don't look in the trees, don't respond if your mother calls your name, etc. But everyone I've told either tells me it was probably a scared bobcat, or that they've never heard of that before. So if anyone made it this far and has some answers, I would gladly appreciate them. Okay, so Friday 1:20 AM, me and my friends decide to go for a drive. We sometimes like to go to the Llano mountains near El Cerro to experience something that only happens in that area, paranormal and supernatural. Like any other time we do this, we go in my car and drive past Tom Hill, going towards the mountains and park across from VHS about 1.5 miles away. Then we sit and take in the scenic beauty of the dark desert, starting by listening close to anything and looking everywhere, being hyper observant. At first we saw a light in the distance traveling flat on the desert land, getting within about 1 mile away from us, then disappearing altogether. Moving on from there, we had, and I mean had, to see something else. Driving through roads and flying by at least 30 miles per hour over the speed limit, we turned down a familiar road. This is where we knew that something was about to change me and everyone else, including me, 4 people in total, looked to the right side of the car. Saw what we all believed to be something like a hellhound or maybe a skinwalker. A massive black dog just launched at my car while I was going 45 through the road. We should have felt impact from the massive creature, who didn't. Both people in the back seat looked and saw this thing rise up from the ground and stand straight up on two legs, absolutely huge and all black with red eyes that are forever imprinted in our minds. I didn't slow down, but sped up, going about 55 miles per hour now. So probably about 20 yards away, they saw it rise up as if nothing happened to it. To start this story off and to give a little insight about me, I am an 18-year-old female who grew up in Michigan and have lived in this country for as long as I can remember. And for heads up, this is a long story, so bear with me. Now back to the story. On one particular hot summer weekend, me and a couple of friends, including my boyfriend, let's call him Tony, and my older brother, let's call him Brad, decided we were going to go camping for the weekend since it was such a nice warm week. Tony's parents had owned a cabin way out in Ludington, surrounded by a huge wooded area with a personal lake and no neighbors for at least 4 miles. But being stupid teenagers, we didn't really think about that. All we were ready for was to party like any normal teen would. Well, after being there for 2 hours, our fun had started. Tony's friends had brought tons of alcohol and weed to last us for the weekend, so we wouldn't be bored since we had no service and only movies to watch. After about 12 a.m., it was pitch black. We had a huge bonfire going. It was a total of 6 people, including me and Tony. As we talked and laughed about upcoming events in our lives, we were so distracted that we didn't notice that my brother had literally frozen his eyes on one section of the woods. Mind you, we were all intoxicated and high at that time. Eventually, our talking ceased when Tony realized his friend and my brother had an emotionless expression. "Hey dude, you alright?" he asked Brad. Silence. Brad didn't reply or even make any movements that would indicate he heard him. After that, I started to get scared as well. As the other 2 girls there, it took a lot for my brother to act that way. Eventually, I was the first to catch on that he was excessively staring into a certain spot in the woods. I turned my head and followed his gaze the best I could. And when I finally caught on to what he was staring at, my heart dropped. Right there was at first look, it looked like a dog. At least that's what I thought. It was some person's dog that wandered off is what I thought. But then my brain kicked in and I realized there wasn't neighbors for miles. So how could there be a dog? My mind started to race for a while. Tony still tried to get Brad to speak or even move. In one motion, this thing stood up tall. And when I say tall, I mean bloody gigantic. It had to be at least 6 feet tall. Everyone saw it. How could you not? The other 2 girls and the other boy with us gasped as they finally grasped why my brother was as still as a stick. No one moved for what seemed like hours. Tony was the first to talk. "No tail," he mumbled. No one heard what he said but Brad. And I swear to you when I say his eyes widened as big as pan saucers. That freaked me out immediately. "What did you say?" one of the girls asked. "It has no tail," he hissed back. My heartbeat stopped. He was right. There was no tail on this thing. Suddenly my clouded alcohol mind cleared up in a fraction of a second when I finally realized what this thing was. Now I understood why my brother was basically scared. This thing was a skinwalker. My instincts kicked in right then and there, but before I could knock the F out there, the thing let up a terrible stench like rotting meat before screaming inhumanely. The sound was enough to scare out everyone. My brother was the first up out of his chair and started shouting native words to the creature while I told everyone to get inside. No one questioned me when they seen just how dead serious I was, especially Tony. He's never seen me so scared, so he knew it was a bad situation. We all hightailed it into the cabin with my brother in tow, still shouting native words at this creature, which seemed to keep it at bay, while it gave us enough time to get inside. He slammed and locked the door before turning all the lights off, and grabbed a special ash from the kitchen counters and started throwing it at every window and door while chanting. Of course, he had everyone freaked out and basically in tears at that moment. After he was done, no one said a word for a long time. All of us still in shock. He grabbed out that pistol and had it posted by him for hours. Everyone was entirely too shaken up to even question what happened. He must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke up to my brother packing all our stuff into the two cars early in the morning. I understand why. We had native family, we knew what we were dealing with, and we knew it would come back, and maybe not alone. Before we left, I did a blessing on the cabin and spoke a few calming words to the still very freaked out girls. We left as soon as everything was packed up. To this day, we still haven't explained exactly what happened to our friends that night, and they never bothered to ask us either. Father and uncle have a story of living as outsiders, non-native Caucasian, young people on the reservation. Their tale of experiencing a skinwalker. My grandma taught school on the reservation and they lived well off compared to the natives living there. From what I know, there's a lot of law surrounding the Navajo Nation. Non-natives, primarily older generations, keeping their experiences and stories left unspoken, especially to those not from the culture. Forgive me if I'm mistaken in any of this. The culture, ideology, practices, or any other part. I'm just trying to tell the story my family has only spoken to me in whispers about. My grandmother, father, and uncle lived there for a few years, and their experience was much different than the Navajo people who have lived there for generations upon generations. I just want to tell their story and get insight as to anyone else who has lived in that community and any other stories some people might be willing to share. My father and uncle are about 2 years apart in age. They lived in Navajo Mountain in the 1980s. My dad was 10 to 12 and my uncle was younger. As it goes, they were always outside, riding bikes with their friends, natives of the reservation. My grandma was recovering from an abusive relationship with their father and wasn't too concerned with their whereabouts, being it was a small community. There wasn't much trouble around, nor would they know what real trouble was at that age. Trouble wasn't the issue to young white boys on the reservation then. Pure terror was. It was a typical night without any parental supervision. The night was colder than usual and the night sky was blacker than you could imagine. In such a desolate place, the stars in the sky would light the night. This night was as if the earth had moved to a different dimension, an abyss. The boys raced each other, as they did every night, until they were compelled to force their brakes in unison. They simultaneously looked up. Each boy's face melted from carefree, innocent, and adolescent to unadulterated horror. The boys stood motionless, grasping their bikes with every nerve, muscle, and strength in their body on the dirt road. To the right of them was a mesa, one they rode by every day. The mesa that paralleled from my family's home, the mesa that they could see through my father and uncle's bedroom every night. The mesa would become fear and nightmares to them from this night forward. At the top of the mesa was a roaring fire, taller than any bonfire that someone could assemble, bigger than a group of people could assemble. It raged and was unbelievable. It was almost as tall as the mesa itself. More unbelievable was a pitch black figure seen cavorting around the bonfire. The native boys, with my father and uncle, informed them that this was not a typical Navajo dancer or ritual. Pits began to form in their stomachs. Friends of my father and uncle turned back around without a word and bolted back to their homes. My father and uncle threw their bags to the ground and ran across the unpaved road into their home. The two came back in a panic, relaying what they'd seen to my grandmother, but she was unconcerned. A legend of the natives, she told them, and shooed them away. They laid awake all night in their shared room, not saying a word to one another. They forced their curtains as close as possible, too scared to look out the window and see what they shouldn't have to begin with. Neither could shake the image burned into their memory, but the sun managed to rise and peek through into their room. A sense of release washed over them as the darkness had faded. The boys left their beds and travelled to the kitchen to try a second time to tell my grandmother what they saw that night. They tried to get a handle on what they saw, but it was as if they couldn't explain it. Again, my grandmother brushed them off with a coffee and newspaper more important than their story. She told them to climb the mesa and investigate. The boys wrangled the friends who shared the experience with the night prior as they passed on their bikes. The friends stayed on the dirt road, looking up at the mesa as my father and uncle climbed up to see any evidence of the hell-burning fire they witnessed together. The mesa wasn't much taller than an average one-story house, so the brothers took less than 2 minutes to climb to the top where the nightmare took place. When they got to the top, they were hysterical and also relieved. There was no indication a bonfire of that enormity or even a fire at all had taken place on the mesa they had clearly seen the night earlier. They climbed down and told the message to their friends who had also been a part of the shocking scene. Their native friends looked at them in shock, but neither said a word to them. They immediately turned their backs around and proceeded home. It was never talked about again, despite my father and brother asking about it. My grandmother and everyone else in the community refused to talk about it again. My father is a skeptic. He does not believe in anything paranormal, aliens, ghosts, mermaids, you name it. But whenever I ask about the skinwalkers he saw, he turns pale and white. He gets quiet, jumpy and curt. I had to plead to get the full story out of him, and I could see goosebumps and every hair standing up on his arm when he shared his experience. My grandma took me to Navajo Mountain in 2019 to show me her history and to see how Navajo natives still live on this reservation today. According to her, not much has changed since living there in the 80s. I hiked and explored what I could of the reservation, as to not invade or violate any of the Navajo reservation and its beauty. However, I did feel a change in mood when I visited. My existence felt heavy, as if I wasn't supposed to be there, or if I was invading on territory that wasn't meant for me. Not caused by any of the community there, but just by my presence being on the land. I will never forget my experience visiting and all that I learned about reservation life. My intention is to hear any other stories from Navajo Mountain residents or talk with some people with similar stories in the Navajo reservation. I climbed the mesa where the skinwalker my dad and uncle claimed had its ritual. I felt pretty normal until I got to the top and stood in the middle. I felt some darkness creep into me as I stood there. I've never been the same since. When I was around 10 or 12, roughly 12 years ago, me and my grandma and uncle went to Jasper in Canada. Given how I was born in Canada itself, nothing weirded me out when it came to the woods and nature as a whole. I've seen and heard deer before and a whole slew of animals. I don't remember much from the trip other than a bits and pieces, but what I do remember was arriving at the hotel and climbing up the steps to the second floor. The hotel had a parking lot in front before the road. I remember waking up one morning in the hotel while my grandma and uncle were still asleep and walking over to the window to peer out from behind the blinds to see a fox standing in the middle of the road. It looked like it had been run over given how oddly it was shaped. Concerned for its safety, I wanted to wake up my grandma or simply run out there to check on it. I felt my stomach sink when it turned to face me. Its head looked bruised and misshapen, which I would have ruled out as it having been run over had it not stood on its hind legs. I turned my head away from the window and yelled for my grandma to wake up, who slept in a bed just a couple feet away, before I looked back and saw it walk on those hind legs to the side where the building hid my view from the rest of the road. I looked completely insane when my grandma moved me aside and saw nothing on the road, even going as far as to open the door and peer down both ends of the walkway. Nothing. Regardless, I can say with confidence, I'm not going back to Casper. I don't know if this belongs here, but I feel like it bears mentioning. I, 25 at the time, female, experienced what I can only imagine is an otherworldly occurrence when I first moved to the Sierra Nevadas about 4 years ago. I had been living in South Lake Tahoe, CA, for years and spent a decent amount of time outdoors hiking, camping, and just generally enjoying the beautiful place I was lucky enough to call home. Now, I don't scare easy. I'm used to being by myself, and I carry weapons with me everywhere I go. Being a 5'2" and 110-pound female, I go out of my way to be sure I can protect myself. There were many people in the outdoor community who told me to be careful on trails and in the forest. I usually do these things alone, save for my trustworthy, though somewhat cowardly dog. But I never felt as uncomfortable, confused, and downright afraid as I did in my own apartment one night when I finally relocated away from Tahoe to the city of Reno, Nevada. I had moved to Reno to get away from the isolation of living in Lake Tahoe, and though it is only about 60 miles away, it felt like a different world. Now, the city itself isn't huge, and I was living in the north end of town, which is surrounded by high desert foothills and is somewhat sparsely populated compared to the more urban city center. But I never felt as if I was out in the boonies or anything of the sort. I lived alone with my pup, and we liked our little apartment. So to set the scene here, it was early fall. The sun was beginning to set at a much earlier time of day, which was exemplified by the fact that the city sits in a valley, so sunset seems to approach much faster than in other places in northern Nevada. My apartment sat above street level, with a window in the kitchen next to my stacked washer and dryer that looked out into an alley, maybe about 10 feet above the small street that went beside the small fourplex building. It was dark outside, and I was alone with my dog doing laundry. My apartment layout was an open concept. The living room kitchen area was separated by a wall which had a huge space cut off into it that you could see through to each room with. The washer and dryer tucked around one corner, and the aforementioned window was to the left of that. With the openness of the space, the darkness outside, and the amount of overall windows the apartment had, if it was dark outside and I had lights on, it looked like I was living in a fishbowl. Anyone or anything could see right in. I made it a point to always close my blinds because of this, save the small window looking out the alley. I didn't mind keeping those blinds open because I liked the fresh air, and someone would essentially need a ladder to reach me had they been determined enough. As I was removing clothes from the dryer and turning to plop it onto my couch to begin folding, I realized my dog was acting incredibly strange. He didn't want to cross over the line from the living room to the kitchen, which was marked by a change from carpet to tile. There was only a few steps. He seemed incredibly hesitant and began whining and burping out small concerned woofs. At first, I just thought he was anxious for whatever reason. He is known to be a bit of a weenie. But then, out of nowhere, I sensed this immense and insatiable feeling of dread and displacement. I had my back turned to the washer and dryer, and the small alley facing window. My dog sat facing me, almost looking past me, and his clear anxiety and frustration began to build as I was asking him what was wrong. He began barking, a full alarm bark at this point, and as soon as he did, the sense that someone or something was observing me took me over and caused my blood to run cold. My logical response was, someone must be watching me through that window, the only window that has open blinds, the only window anyone could possibly see me through. So in one fell swoop, I reached for the overhead drawstring for the light and turned it off and faced the window to confront whoever or whatever was intruding on my life. As soon as the light clicked off and the room was dark, I saw what I can only describe as a perfectly round light, about the size of a small cantaloupe, directly across from me on the other side of the window. It didn't glow like a lamp or light though, its edges were perfect, and it did not hover nor vibrate nor move at all. At this point, I was too stunned to move, and my fight, flight, or freeze response had engaged so quickly I had no time to really recognize or rationalize what I was seeing. I was looking at this thing, and it was looking back. I felt cold, confused, my hair standing on end, my heart racing. My dog had gone into full freak-out mode and was jumping and barking and generally causing a ruckus in the living room as he could see this all. The light seemed now to realize that I was able to see it, and it looked as if it backed away, or at least grew smaller in size and moved to the right of the window. It flickered twice and then disappeared. It didn't buzz away or fly away. It didn't zoom out of vision. It was visible, not visible, visible, and then gone. As soon as I realized the light wasn't there anymore, I opened the window fully and poked my head out to see what was going on. Maybe someone was up at my window with a flashlight. Maybe someone in the neighboring buildings had seen something and would be out checking for themselves to try and solve this odd mystery. Nothing. Not a soul. And what felt like deafening silence, I closed the window. As soon as I shut the window, I heard a solid 3 knocks on the large window by the front door of the living room. As mentioned before, those blinds were closed, and though from the outside looking in it's likely clear, someone is home because the lights were on in that room. No one could possibly know it's me, alone, in my apartment, right? I wasn't expecting anyone over. It was too late for solicitors. No one had any reason to be at my house at that time, and I wasn't going to open that door. My dog had rushed to the kitchen as soon as the light outside the window had disappeared, and he was in what I can only call full defense mode. Now, my dog is an absolute wuss. I've seen him run away from cats, get spooked by bags blowing in the street, and he generally stays right by my side on hikes and while camping to protect me. This pup seemed ready for war, hackles up, eyes alert, growling at the front window now. I stepped into the living room, grabbed my gun with one hand, keys with the other, and slinked back to the kitchen and out the back door to where my car was parked. I threw the dog in, started up, and raced up to a restaurant across town where I ordered to-go food and ate in the front of the seat of my Subaru. We car camped in a Walmart parking lot that night. I returned to the apartment the following day. My laundry is still on the couch. No apparent signs of anyone trying to enter the place. Everything seemed normal. I never experienced any disruption in that place again for the year and a half I lived there afterwards. I have no idea to this day what I experienced, and it wasn't until I shared this story that I heard the knocking and sense of being observed was a somewhat common phenomenon that people relate to encounters with skinwalkers. I don't know what happened that night, but I'd mark myself incredibly lucky if I never had to experience something like that again. Number 1. 4 a.m. fire. I live in an apartment building. I've been here for about 2 years, and my roommate and I have had very few scary experiences so far. Except for this one that happened last summer. It was around 4 in the morning when we were woken from a dead sleep by the fire alarms going off throughout our entire 4-story apartment building. Seeing as this place is occupied mostly by seniors, we figured someone had left a pot on the stove again. I grumbled and blindly grabbed for a blanket. Last time we had a false alarm. I was left shivering and barefoot on the sidewalk waiting for the fire department. And I wasn't about to let that happen again. My roommate and I put on our shoes. I grabbed my phone and keys and we poked our head out into the hallway. Nothing seemed off. The hall was empty. No one else had come out of their apartments yet. Reluctantly, my roommate and I walked down the hall towards the lobby. We figured our neighbors would soon follow suit. It was only when we went through the lobby and out the front door that we realized something was actually wrong. A handful of people who had already come out the building were running and shouting about how the building was actually on fire this time. We followed them around to the side of the building as more and more people fled in their pajamas, and to our horror, we saw an apartment on the top floor belching out flames. People were frantic, searching for water, a ladder, anything. Someone remarked that there was a lady who lived in that apartment who had mobility issues and she needed to be rescued now. And where the hell was the fire department? My roommate was quite disturbed by the whole scene, so we decided to go back to the front of the building, away from the fire. On our way, we saw a guy jump off his balcony to the ground. He rolled when he landed, but I think it still really hurt. Judging from how he sat on the grass and groaned for a while, he was lucky to only be on the second floor. There was chaos, yelling, screaming, and an odd mix of panic and disinterest, especially among the senior citizens who didn't want to leave the building because using the stairs was so difficult. The fire department arrived much quicker than they ever had before. seeing as this was a real emergency, and it wasn't long before elderly ladies in nightgowns were being rescued via ladders and wheeled off to the hospital next door. At one point, the man who lived below the apartment on fire had a screaming episode at one of the landlords, the one that looked like a walking skeleton with an oxygen tank and a scooter. By the time the fire department got everything under control, it was around 6 or 7 a.m. The sun was up and people were beginning their morning commute. The fire department had blocked off our whole street, which must have been a pain, and the entire population of my building sat on the curb in pajamas and blankets. Little kids, old people, broke college kids, the works. The community really pulled together that morning. The whole public bus service gave us a couple buses to sit and warm up in instead of standing around on the chilly sidewalk. Paramedics handed out blankets and assessed injuries. The people in the surrounding houses were kind enough to bring us water and snacks. One lady brought a serving tray with mugs of tea from her own kitchen and offered it to anyone she could find. My mum came down to rescue my roommate and I, even though she lived an hour outside of town and hadn't even showered yet. She brought us breakfast and a change of clothes, as we didn't know when we'd be allowed back into the building. The most disturbing details of what had just taken place that morning came to us as we were waiting on the bus. Everyone was talking about the fire, of course, but one man had a particularly horrifying detail to add. He'd heard through the grapevine that the lady whose apartment caught fire never made it out the building. Sadly, we suspected as much, and had mobility issues and all, but there was more. The firefighters apparently found her in the hall. She had made it out of her apartment but couldn't escape the smoke. Whether she died from smoke inhalation or from burns, we aren't sure, but one thing that man said that sticks with me is that someone said that as they stood outside and watched the flames, they heard the woman screaming, "Help me, I'm burning." I've always been afraid of burning to death, and the idea that my neighbor may have had such a horrifying end is deeply disturbing. I know the man who lived below her heard her screaming. He wouldn't stop talking about it. I think he ended up with a form of PTSD from this event, and I don't blame him. We were all brought to a community centre where the fire department and emergency response volunteers helped bring some clarity to the situation and told us what to expect. Everyone was very kind and sympathetic to us. Whatever you needed, they provided for us. I think all of that is pretty standard procedure, but still, I was extremely thankful to the kindness of the volunteers, firefighters, paramedics, and good Samaritans. It was pretty surreal to be in a situation like that. We had almost nothing on us. My roommate hadn't thought to grab her phone, so she had to borrow mine to let the family know she was okay. We had no money, no ID, none of the essentials, and we had no idea how long we would be homeless. I hadn't been so happy to have my mum with me in a long time. I felt like a scared little girl, even if I didn't show it. We were lucky. The fire happened on the opposite end of the building from us. Our unit was totally unaffected, and we were one of the few allowed back into our apartment the same day. The building stunk of smoke for weeks. Even though the fire took place on the 4th floor in a single apartment, the damage was extensive. Even on the ground floor, the walls were blackened with ash. When they attempted to start fixing up the building, they found asbestos in the walls. A few people were forced to move out of their apartments. And we're talking about people who have lived there for around 30 years. I remember the night we were allowed back into our apartment. I wanted to box up my most important possessions and keep them in my car, as if I thought the building was going to catch fire again. My home didn't feel safe anymore, and it wouldn't for several weeks. It would take a long time for us to hear anything about what caused the fire. Last I heard, a space heater was to blame, but I don't know for sure. In the days that followed, the fire was featured on the front page of the local paper. The family that lived just down the hall from us were featured in the picture. The article spelled out details that I had already heard. It labeled the guy that lived below the fire as a hero for attempting to save the lady upstairs. It was a valiant effort, but there was nothing he could have done without endangering himself. I feel sorry for him, and I often wonder if the guilt keeps him up at night. Sometimes I think about the lady who passed away in this building. I listen to a lot of ghost stories, so I wonder if a spirit haunts this place. Her sudden and horrifying death would be the sort of thing to make a ghost linger on earth, wouldn't it? So many things left unfinished. Regardless, I hope she's at peace, and I hope that my neighbors have been able to find some semblance of peace as well. 4 months later, we've regained a sense of normalcy. Things are back to how they were before. If you ignore the orange tarps around the side of the exterior, the restoration vans that come and go every day, and the security guards stationed in the lobby, the damaged wing is still closed while they try and sort out the asbestos situation. But for those of us who live on the other end of the building, things are relatively normal. I hope they stay that way. Number 2. The glitch in the matrix in my school. This isn't exactly a horrifying story, so don't get disappointed if you're not terrified. For background, I'm a 15-year-old Irish fella called Ross. I go to school in Ireland. I am now in 3rd year. At the start of 2nd year, I knew a fella who joined the school. I was in charge of showing him around, and we've been good friends ever since. He is Portuguese, and his name is Diego. I call him Tig for this story. His school bag is fairly small, bright red bag. He is a bit shorter than me. His hair is quite short and brown in colour. This will become important momentarily. One day, I was upstairs in my school. It was break time and I was going to my group's usual spot. I turned in corner and saw Tig walking along the hallway. This was weird because at the distance I was from him, I would have seen him come up the stairs. I didn't think much of it at the time. I sped up to catch up to him. There was another corner coming up. He rounded it and I followed suit. Except he wasn't there. There was a staircase going back down and 2 bathrooms, one for lad and one for lassies, but no Tig. Considering how close I was behind him, he would have had to sprint towards and then jump down the stairs or jog into the bathroom. If he went for the stairs, I would have heard. He must be in the bathroom, I thought. I sat at the bench and waited. Tig was the first other person in our group to arrive. He rounded the corner and left his bag down. The realization hit me hard. He wasn't in the bathroom. I asked him if he had already been up there, to which he answered that he hadn't. He had no reason to lie. Now, I know what you're all thinking. It was someone else. First of all, the person I saw looked the exact same as my friend from the back. Second of all, no one else in the school has that bag, to my knowledge. I haven't seen anyone else with it. That's it. Third, the only place the person could have gone without sprinting down the stairs, which I would probably catch a glimpse of anyway, would be the bathroom. No one came out of the bathroom that I didn't see enter it. Finally, my friend is a fairly distinct character. Not many people have the same body build as him. Like I said at the start, it's not exactly terrifying, but I do believe it to be due to a glitch in the Matrix. Number 3. The doll in the storage room. When I was younger, I'd go visit my grandparents all the time. They lived in a 1-floor house with an unfinished basement. I never liked it down there. It felt small for a big basement. There was a little door down there that was for storage, and I always got a horrible feeling when going close to it. And let me add that this was a newer house that was about 6 years old. Now, during the time I was about 6 or 7, I felt so uncomfortable going down there even when I was with someone I didn't like it. I remember going down there with my grandma to help with something. She had to run upstairs because someone rang the doorbell. She said she would be right back, even though she knew how I felt about being alone down there. But I nodded and said, okay. She was gone and I was alone, and I started to get a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. I didn't move and I didn't want to. Even though the lights were on, now this is where everything started happening, and it still gives me chills. The lights started to flicker, and I started to hear noises and what sounded like talking, and it was not coming from upstairs, but in the storage room. I heard someone say my name. Here is the part that freaks me out the most. The voice sounded like my grandma. I was confused as hell. How am I hearing her when she is upstairs? I didn't want to move, but me being the curious one I started moving toward the storage room door. The closer I got, the worse the bad feeling came. When I got to the door, the lights turned off in the basement. I wanted to run upstairs and hide. Go home somewhere that wasn't the basement. I heard my name again for the second time. My grandma's voice asking me to open the door to help her, so I did, and I regret it. I couldn't see anything, it was pitch black. I couldn't hear anything but faint laughing that felt like forever, but then the laughing stopped, and the lights turned back on in the basement, and I felt a little bit better with the lights back on, but the downside, I could see a little in the storage room. I saw a small clown doll in the storage room, and my grandma hates clowns with a passion and wants nothing to do with them. So why is there a doll? I have no damn idea. Then the lights turned on in the storage room. I saw red that looked like blood all over the place. I screamed and blacked out, and the next thing I knew, I was laying on the couch. My grandma looking at me and asking if I was okay. I have no idea if that was real or a dream, but it sure as hell felt real. If you have any ideas, please let me know. The Ghost Girl and Her Nanny. Hi there. I have so many ghost stories from my past. Well, here is one that will stay with me forever. When I was little, I lived on the grounds of a very old manor house in the UK. The manor itself was used as a college for teaching courses and was fully fitted out to cater for people to stay for week-long courses. There were bedrooms and a fully functioning restaurant as well as the course rooms. My dad actually ran the place. That's why we lived on the grounds. House came with job kinda thing. Anyway, at Christmas, when my grandparents would come and stay, they would stay down at the manor house as we didn't have enough bedrooms at our actual house, and it was only a 5-minute walk away. So one Christmas, my granddad woke up at like 6 a.m. and saw a little girl next to him. At first he suspected it was me having wandering down to see them, but as he came to move, thinking he needed to get me home before my parents freaked out, he realized the little girl was wearing a bonnet and a long white old-fashioned night dress and looked nothing like me. She smiled at him and touched his head. Then a lady in old-fashioned clothes walked through a wall again, smiling at him, picked up the little girl and walked back through the wall. My grandma slept through the entire thing, and although he said he was never afraid, he knew she would be and would refuse to come for any future visits, so he never told her. He did, however, tell my parents, who had already had many strange occurrences at the manor house, so he knew they would believe him. My dad said the thing that gives this story so much credibility is that the rooms they were staying in used to be the old nursery and the nanny's quarters. My grandparents had no knowledge of this at the time. He said it was all very calm and peaceful and not scary, but somewhat unnerving. So there it is, the first of my many ghost stories. Hope you liked it. Number 2. These are the rules of my house. My father found them in a butter container when we first moved in, and 3 years later, we are all still following them. Important context. I live in the summer house of my family home. It is essentially my bedroom. I love every second of it. Rule number 1. Never leave the house after midnight. If you must, do not make a sound, especially no singing, music, humming, jingling of keys, or talking. Number 2. Never forget to lock up the shed. Maybe open, shut it, and don't look inside. Number 3. Lights will flicker when you turn them off. Do not leave the room until the flickering has stopped. Number 4. If you see a person in the corner of your eye, look at it directly in the eyes and wait until it disappears. Number 5. If you see a man hanging in the living room, leave, shut the door, lock up and go for a walk. He should be gone when you get back. Number 6. Never leave a candle burning, not even for a second while you use the bathroom. If it can burn, it will. Number 7. When you get halfway up the garden, look at the moon. If it's full or waxing, you're safe. Anything else, refer to Rule 8. Number 8. If anything goes wrong, run to the summer house. Lock the door without jingling the keys. They hate that noise. And close all blinds. Put a movie on and watch it its entirety. Number 9. Fall asleep with the video on. It will be switched off at the plug by morning. Ignore this. That means you please them. Number 10. The fridge is never to be turned on, nor opened. Either will attract them. Refer to Rule 8 if you can. Number 11. If there is a light on in the house, go inside and turn it off. Refer to Rule 3. Number 12. You will need to drink during the night. Your throat will be scratchy and dry. Only carbonated beverages are to be drank after 12. Number 13. Any open containers will become dangerous after 11 p.m. Ensure all lids are firmly screwed on. Number 14. Moths and spiders will appear around 1 a.m. Catch and release every single one. Do not fall asleep until you do this. Number 15. Take the pills with your name on it. Make sure your name is spelled correctly. If it is not, throw them over your left shoulder. Number 16. You may see graffiti on the sides of the house. The hooded figure drawing it is not friendly, and it must not see you under any circumstances. If it does, climb underneath the storage unit and close your eyes. If you're lucky, it won't remember where you were. Number 17. If you wake up between 2 to 4 a.m., do not open your eyes. Do not open your eyes. If you fell asleep with a night mask on, do not trust it. Number 18. If you feel nauseous, light a candle. If it goes out on its own, go back to sleep. Number 19. If the bin is full, start a new one. If the place is not clean, it will attract them. Number 20. Do not eat anything in this room. It will taste like mold, and it will make you bedridden for upwards of a week. rendering you unable to complete these rules. Number 21. There have been 3 suicides, 2 murders, and 5 deaths in this house, and the previous tenants do not recall ever living here. Document all rules and all sightings and pray the next tenants listen. So these were the rules for the house. A few months ago, I made a mistake. I broke rule 17. I always set an alarm for 7 AM to make sure that I don't open my eyes before then. But this fateful night, I had convinced myself that I simply snoozed my alarm. I opened my eyes. My breath quickly became shallow and laboured. I couldn't breathe. I remember thinking that this is the end. I screwed up. I broke a rule. This is it. My eyes adjusted to the darkness to find a bucket on my chest. It was filled with an off-green coloured fluid, dripping in from somewhere. The dripping slowed nearly to a stop, and my eyes adjusted to a semi-normal level of vision. I glanced up at the ceiling, and my eyes became glued to the creature. A mass of dead flies, moths, and spiders. The ooze dripping from its protruding hip bone directly into the bucket. It cruelly resembles a young child with no facial features but what appears to be a complete skeleton. I blinked hard, hoping that this was just another one of those figures you can stare at until they disappear. It was not. It lunged at me and picked up its bucket. I could finally breathe. It picks up an amount of the sludge and applies it like moisturizer on its body, regenerating the areas where its skeleton was unsure. Its legs were stuck to the ceiling, its upper body hanging upside down from the ceiling. I needed to get rid of it. It was toying with me and had regenerative abilities. There's no way I could possibly outsmart it. I shut my eyes as tightly as possible as it replaced its bucket on my chest. And I hear that nauseating dripping noise again. As my chest goes heavier, I somehow fall asleep. I'm not religious, but that day I thanked every god I could think of. I had woken up and I was seemingly unharmed, other than a cracked rib. I told my parents and they smiled. "They must like you," my dad said nonchalantly. I didn't feel lucky. I didn't feel much at all. Of course I was grateful. Anyone would be. But why didn't they kill me? Why did they choose to save me? Am I more valuable alive to them? I don't think I'll ever find out. I'm hoping to move out soon. The previous tenants have been sanctioned under the Mental Health Act recently, apparently suffering from paranoia. They sent us a cease and desist order after we asked them how long they lived here. According to the landlord's bank, all of their checks never existed. There is no evidence they ever were here, even though they left family photos in a box in the attic and the landlord still has the money. My parents act like this is normal. They don't seem concerned at all. My brother seems unbothered. There's something off with them. I hope my summer house keeps me sane. But I can't help but feel this is the only good way to live. Maybe I should join them in the house. Maybe you should join us too. The house knows best. They know best. Number 3. My grandmother's haunted house. This happened in 2011 when I was 7. I am a girl, now 14, and I just talked to my mother about this incident and decided to share it. So I lived with my grandmother, father, mother, and 2 dogs, quite far from any town. The house was big, so I usually played hide and seek with my mum a lot. I don't remember which month it was, so my mum filled me in on this. She said it was October during the holidays. This one particular day, my dad was out driving my grandma to the hospital as she had an appointment with the doctor. So I was left alone with my mum. After several rounds of hide and seek and watching a movie with my mum, it began to get dark outside, and my dad still wasn't home. I've always been scared of potential home invaders, so I was paranoid all day because my dad wasn't with us. He made me feel very safe. Me and my mum decided to play Monopoly. Fast forward an hour. When I was 7, I thought I was very sly, so I kept stealing money from my mum's stash. Now that I look back, she was probably pretending not to see. As I was taking a $50 bill from my Monopoly cash, she said, "The power will go out soon." This left me completely puzzled, as I had no idea how she'd know this. But sure enough, it went out about 15 minutes later, and I started to panic because, as most little kids, I'm scared of the dark. I later found out that there was a power outage in my area because of a storm, and my mum was notified of it. She handed me this Nokia phone and let me play my favorite game on it, which at the time was Doom. She told me to go hide under the bed sheets if I'm scared, and that she'll be back soon. I asked where she's going, but she didn't answer. As she headed out of the room, she locked the door. I laid under the sheets, killing some monsters of the game for what felt like hours, but was probably only 5 minutes. Footsteps were heard in the kitchen, which was next to the room I was in, so I took the sheets off my head and yelled out, "Mom!" Glad that she's back, because I was really scared, but no answer was heard. The footsteps didn't stop, so I yelled again, "Mom, can you please come? I'm scared." After I had said that, the footsteps stopped completely. I got a sudden rush of adrenaline, so I held tight onto the phone and dashed out the room to the kitchen, which was empty. I was left puzzled, but didn't wait for long as I ran to the door, unlocked it as there's keys on the inside too, and ran to the corridor. Alright, so the corridor has 4 doors. On the right side, one at the very back, which I never was allowed to go in. I later learned that the room was where my great grandma died, and no one touched it ever since. It also had stairs next to it leading to the 2nd floor, and one at the front which led to the outside. The 4th door I came through was the closest to the outside door, so I quickly opened the outside door, ready to run out, but the rush of adrenaline was gone, and I got scared of the outside too. It was very dark, and I was barely able to see. My only choices were go back to the room I came from, or scream for my mum. I chose number 2 and started screaming for mum over and over again. I guess I wasn't loud enough because there were no replies. I remember starting to sweat and panic. Different scenarios playing through my little head. Scenarios like a murderer killing my mum and coming for me next, or my mum leaving me forever. I know, stupid, but I was only 7 after all. I remember looking down at my feet and beginning to cry. More footsteps were heard, but this time behind me. I looked behind me and saw a silhouette of a tall person. I'm assuming it's male due to the body build. At the end of the hallway, standing in front of the door. I can't recall what he looked like because it was all black. I stared at him for about 15 seconds in pure horror. This got my adrenaline pumping again, and I ran out of the door towards the outside toilet, only to be greeted by my mum, who looked worried as hell. After I told her what happened, through uncontrollable sobs, my dad was in the driveway, already parking his car. My granny was left at the hospital for some treatment. He searched the house, but no one was found, so my mum told me it was just my imagination. But I know what I saw and heard. Fast forward 7 more years, I live in another house and I randomly remembered about this incident and talked to my mum about it. She seemed quite hesitant about telling me this, but at the end, I convinced her to tell me. What she said gave me chills. Apparently, when I was 4, I started to stare at one particular corner in the kitchen and laugh like crazy. My mama asked me what's so funny, and every time I point to the same corner, but never told her why it was funny. After a few months, the random giggles I let out when staring at the corner didn't stop. What made my mum lose it was the fact that I started speaking random German words that I've never heard before. We have no relatives that are German or can speak German, and I wasn't introduced to technology at that age either. My mother knew it's German because she can actually speak a little bit, but never spoke it. She bribed me with candy to tell her how I learned to say the following words in Germany: it, help, chocolate, shower, and war. My response completely shocked her. I pointed to the same corner again and said, "He taught me how." My mum kept her cool though. She asked me who I was talking about and I said, "The man who makes me laugh." My mum asked me what he looked like, but I only said he looks like a shadow and that he is from Germany. When she asked where the man lived, I pointed to the second floor. This all made sense because I always hated the second floor and never went up there because I felt like I was being watched. My parents took it upon themselves to Google the history of the house, and sure enough, it was built by Germans. I don't remember any of this, but my mum kept on reassuring me it happened. My father said he remembers it too, but decided not to tell me until now. I talked to the German man in the corner up until 5 years of age. I'm pretty sure you can put two and two together, but if not, the man I saw when I was 7 was the same man I talked to when I was 4. Every time I go back to visit my grandma, I always feel uneasy. Number 1. The room with the train. I grew up in a small city, the kind of place you could barely call a town, if it wasn't for the sheer number of people living there. Downtown was only a couple of blocks long, and in the middle of it was one of the biggest buildings in the area. It was a local movie theater, named after the city. I remember going there when I was very young, about 7 years old, and watching the first Pokemon movie. It was probably nothing compared to the theaters we have nowadays, but back then, it was huge for me. I loved it. So when a few years later, I heard the cinema was going out of business, I felt really sad about it. The building was sold to a religious group that used it for their services. You know the type: loud music, big crowds with their arms in the air, singing prayers. Some having seizures on the stage while the pastor yells through a mic. Every time I walked past the old cinema, I would see the announcement of the congregation where the movie posters would have been, and if they were in session, you could hear them singing from the other side of the street. The group owned the cinema for nearly a decade, until the local government bought back the building in order to restore it as a historic landmark of the city. When this happened, I was studying construction, with the intent to follow architecture or civil engineering at college, and my class was very lucky to be involved with the cinema's restoration project because two of our teachers were architects working on it. I will always remember the day we went to visit the old cinema. Our class was small, only a handful of students, but we were all about the same age, so we all shared childhood memories of when the cinema was operational. We ran through the corridors of the auditorium, sat in the chairs just like we did when we were little kids, and began stomping on the wooden floor with our feet.
filling the entire room with the echoes of our drumming and our laughter. A little ritual of sorts everyone used to do right before the beginning of the movie. Once nostalgia time was over, we went back to the purpose of the trip and began to survey the building. We were very excited because that was a unique opportunity to go into the places we would have never been allowed to otherwise. So we made sure to check every last corner, every single room, no matter how far, no matter how obscure. The first one we found was below the stage. On one of the corners, there was a little door. Not very visible, probably because it was meant for maintenance staff only. Behind it, we found a long room filled with rusty boilers, part of the old heating system that was no longer in use. The place was a little creepy, with all of those old tanks and pipes crowding the narrow space. But what we found past them was what really started to freak us out. This room was small, very small. It was, after all, basically just leftover space behind the boilers. Yet it contrasted so much with the rest of the area around it. It may as well have been from a different place altogether. The pit walls were painted a light colour, white I think, but I don't remember it very well, because what really got my attention were the drawings in them. There were rainbows, a smiling sun, trees and flowers, and happy little people with smiles on their faces of dotted eyes. It was a daycare. The whole class and teacher gathered to see the discovery. We were all very confused about the strange place of this room. Okay, we couldn't understand the need for a place to keep the kids that were too little to be amongst the crowd during prayers, or maybe the ones of the people who worked there. But the placing was just odd. The stage was probably one of the loudest places in the auditorium during the services, and this was right below it, so there was no way it could be a quiet place for the children. We left the boiler's room and continued our tour through the theatre, a little puzzled about our finding, but not giving it too much thought. Outside of the auditorium, there were these bathrooms, both in terrible condition. The ticket sale booth and a huge set of stairs that led to a mezzanine in the auditorium. Half of the seats there were totally ruined due to a water leak in the roof. And I cursed these people for not taking proper care of the building. With that part done, all that was left was a projection room. On the third floor, behind the tickets booth, there was a door that led to a spiral stair. I don't remember how tall it actually was, but it must have been over 10 meters of metallic steps without a single resting spot. I wasn't exactly an athlete, but I could walk several kilometers with no problem, and rode on a bike to and from school every single day. Yet by the time I reached the top of the stairs, I was exhausted. And I wasn't the only one. All of my classmates complained about how hard it was to walk up there. After a short break to catch our breath, we moved on to explore the third floor. It was roughly a narrow passageway with a couple of divisions to form different rooms, but it was more than enough for what it was made for. The first room from the stairs was a storage deposit, probably where they kept the movies and other equipment. And except for some trash, it was mostly empty. The second room was the one we were all excited to see, the projector room. The old machine was so big that it was still there, and there were even some pieces scattered around. It was quite a piece of history. We were all very thrilled to check it out, so no one really bothered to move on to the very last room until we were about to leave. And there we saw it again. There was a train in this one instead of a rainbow. Something was written on it in big, colourful letters. Something about Christ. I can't remember it well. The drawings were a bit old. The paint slightly peeled from the walls. But the colours were just as cheerful as you would expect for a place where children play. My heart sank to my stomach as I came to the realization of what that place really was. The one behind the boilers probably serving the same purpose. I took notice of how isolated that room was. Literally the furthest away you could possibly get from everyone else. I thought about the 3 floors of stairs and imagined what it would have been like to a child to walk all the way up only to end up in that room, the room with the colourful train in the wall. My classmates and I exchanged horrified expressions, as I knew they were thinking the same. We never visited the theatre again, even though we continued with the restoration project for several months. And we never talked about those 2 rooms. Cases of molestation in the church are well known by everyone, to the point that the pedo priest is practically a cliche. But this is the kind of thing you think happens in some place far away, in another city, even in another country. You would never imagine it can happen in the very same town you live in, the place where you grew up, in the very same building where you once watched a Pokemon movie when you were 7 years old. Number 2. My first sleep paralysis story. I don't remember exactly when this was. I'm pretty sure it was around March of 2018. I was 12 years old and in 7th grade. I often listened to, read scary stories online about things like sleep paralysis, but I never thought it would happen to me. So before I had woken up, I was having a strange dream. I was playing Counter-Strike, but it felt like I wasn't playing and it was real. I was shooting some targets and then I blacked out for a second. I woke up on the main road that goes into my neighborhood and saw that the road was gone. The houses on my street were very small, 2-story box houses. There were elderly people standing out front of the houses, all reading a newspaper, and the sign at the front of my neighborhood only read Brook, with the rest crumbling off. I then appeared at my morning bus for school, looking at my phone. Everything was normal until a bush that normally isn't there screwed at me. I remember clearly feeling as though this was normal, so I screamed back. We went back and forth until I woke up with the scream echoing in my ears. I was in my bed looking against the wall, unable to move. I hadn't realized that I was experiencing sleep paralysis, but was still freaked out by that screaming to fall back asleep. I lay there, not hearing anything for about 5 minutes. I then heard what sounded like heavy boots hitting the ground out in my living room, coming towards my bedroom. Just so you know, outside my bedroom there is a hallway. On the left is a bathroom, at the end is my parents' room, and at the end of the right is a door that goes to my living room. The footsteps grew closer, coming to the hallway and then my parents' room. At that moment, I remember my dad was out of town on a business trip, so my mum, who is a nice small lady, was defenseless. I heard the walking start up again and come towards my room. The door opened and whatever was out there came in, walked to the side of my bed and stared at me. I closed my eyes and began to pray. I'm not very religious, but it's the only thing I can think to do. After what felt like hours, I try to turn over to look and see if anyone is there. I roll over with my eyes still closed to appear to anyone that is there that I'm still asleep. I open my eyes and begin to squint. The coast is clear. I crawl out my bed slowly and look at the clock. 4:14 a.m. Dang, I got school tomorrow, I thought. I tiptoed over to my bedroom. I grabbed a decorative orb my mum put on the wall in my room and walked out into the hall. The light in our living room door was open with light on which was not normal, especially when my dad's out of town. I checked the bathroom and peek around the corner of the door. Nobody. So I make a silent sprint into my mum's room. Putting the oar down on the floor, I shake her awake, quietly whispering her name. Mama, I think there's someone in the house. I heard walking around outside my room and I began to tear up, realizing this all may have been in my head, and I woke up my mum for nothing. It's alright. We can go check the house real quick. I grab the oar and go check the house with my mother. There was nobody in our house. So I go back to bed, relieved that we were safe and that none of that was real. I haven't had a sleep paralysis experience since, and I'm glad it wasn't worse. This story seems like nothing compared to some of the other stories about it that I've heard. I hope you enjoy reading this.
I regret learning what made the whistling in my uncle's house. I wasn't really close to my Uncle Kent. I barely saw him growing up, and we only spoke on birthdays or holidays. I wound up going to college near where he lived, so when my mum proposed staying with him to save on room and board, I was hesitant. Evidently, the arrangement worked out better than expected. Uncle Kent welcomed me with open arms and put me in a huge room overlooking the backyard. He didn't charge rent, cooked all my meals, let me do what I wanted, and even hooked me up with a job. The first few months passed without incident. Then, late one night, while watching one of my shows, I detected the faint aroma of cinnamon. It was strong enough to notice, and lingered for about 2 or 3 minutes. I initially thought nothing of it, until it happened the second time. About 10 days later, I was up late studying when that same cinnamon smell manifested. It was more pungent and had a burst smoky scent this time that seemed to thicken the air to the point where I couldn't even concentrate. I stood up to close the window, and that's when the whistles started. I completely froze. The whistling sent sharp chills down my spine every time there was a fluctuation in its pitch. It sounded muffled and distorted, appearing to come from all directions, as if emanating from the walls. It started out slowly, going through random rhythmic and arrhythmic patterns. It almost sounded like the whistles were trying to form actual words. And this continued for about 10 minutes before finally ceasing. The smoky cinnamon scent lingered a little longer, even after I opened a window. When I told Uncle Kent about it the next morning, he looked more annoyed than surprised or concerned. "It's probably the heating system again," he said in a drab tone. "It's really old and does that every now and then. I'll have it checked if it gets worse." I didn't like the answer, but was satisfied he at least had an explanation. There wasn't really a pattern in how often what I came to know as the cinnamon whistles occurred. I'd usually hear them about once a month. They were always just within earshot and happened at night. Some nights their fluctuating tones and pitches were more melodic. Other times they sounded shrill and high-pitched, like a drill or buzzsaw. I never got used to the whistling. They always gave off this eerie aura and had an organic, almost human-like quality that I found deeply unsettling. I put my foot down one night in mid-February when the cinnamon whistles were so unbearable. I tried sleeping in another room, but realized they permeated throughout the entire house. Since Uncle Kent was so ignorant about it, I took matters into my own hands. One of my co-workers, named Shane, used to repair heating apparatuses and came over to take a look. I brought him down to the basement where he inspected the furnace and parts of its ducts, but gave me a surprisingly positive report. The furnace itself is old, but in good shape still, Shane said as he put away his tools. There could be something inside the ducts that's causing the smells and sounds, but I don't have the right gear with me to know for sure. Shane wanted to find the house's outside ventilation exhaust shafts and traced one particular duct that connected to the heating system, but didn't attach to the furnace. While Shane did that, I made sure to leave no trace of him being in the basement, knowing Uncle Kent would be pissed if he saw I had someone look at the heater. While moving some boxes, I spotted an old tape recorder leaning against a vent grill on the floor. I kneeled down and picked the recorder up, noticing it contained a cassette tape which had Georgia 1-9 written across its label. I was going to take the recorder upstairs with me, but decided to leave it, in case Uncle Kent had it there for a reason. I planned on mentioning what I found to Shane, but when I stepped outside, he was nowhere to be seen. I circled the house twice, called his phone, and checked the backyard to no avail. It was like he disappeared into thin air. I found myself checking under the back deck, remembering he wanted to see where that other duct led. Way in the back, obscured by a pile of discarded junk, I came upon a narrow vertical opening in the house's side that was wide enough for someone to enter and exit. The entrance was covered by metal fencing under chain and padlock, but seemed to lead roughly around where the actual basement was located. After picking up a whiff of smoky cinnamon that came from the narrow passageway, I was about to investigate further when my phone alerted me that I received a text message. It was from Shane. Gotta run, something came up. Talk later. I tried calling, but Shane didn't answer, so I texted him to meet me in front of the house. However, when I arrived, he was still nowhere to be seen. I called out Shane's name a few times before realizing his car was also gone. Your friend just left. He said to me to tell you something came up, Uncle Kent said as he stepped outside. I just got home, bumped into him on his way out. He actually looked at the furnace, said it was still in good shape, but thinks the whistling and smell is coming from inside the ducts. I awkwardly blurted, thinking he may have kicked Shane out if he told my uncle the reason for his visit. So you're not gonna need a new heater or anything like that to fix this? Uncle Kent just nodded, appearing neither amused nor angry by my remarks. I'll call someone to get it done, he replied flatly before re-entering the house. I never heard back from Shane, thinking he was either angry about my uncle kicking him out, if that happened, or he was in fact dealing with a serious matter. Whatever the case, I figured it'd be best to give him his space and try him the next day. I was awoken by the cinnamon whistles that night around 2:30 a.m., preceded by the scent of burned cinnamon. They sounded particularly intense that night and filled me with a strong sense of dread, lasting about 10 to 15 minutes before abruptly ceasing. Despite every instinct telling me otherwise, I returned to investigate that gated entrance I found on the deck the next day. I cut the padlock with bolt cutters and had to squeeze through the slim corridor which contained that overpowering cinnamon scent. The passage grew wider and led to a steep, narrow staircase that brought me into a windowless concrete room. The smell of burnt cinnamon was overwhelming. The air was heavy, stagnant, and I started perspiring from the sweltering temperature. A single bulb hung from the ceiling that gave off dim flickering light. I first spotted a wooden desk with a small shelf installed directly above it that was linked with black cassette tapes. I focused on the desk and slowly walked towards it before noticing the room's main feature, a metal capsule-shaped enclosure that stood on four legs in the room center. It was placed directly over a circular depression in the floor, which was filled with ashes and charred chunks of wood, presumably a hearth. An intricate network of different sized pipes and tubes protruded from the enclosure's top and funneled into a metal duct that looked exactly like the one Shane was trying to track yesterday. I looked back and forth between the desk and enclosure, unsure which to investigate first. I wound up approaching the desk after noticing a pile of burlap sacks stacked against it with cinnamon written across each one. My eyes were drawn towards the desk's messy surface. There were cassette tapes scattered across it, along with another tape recorder. The cassette tape it held had Ash 1129 written on its tape label. Despite every fiber in my body urging me not to, I pressed the play button. I heard faint static at first, before it played something that made my blood run cold. A symphony of cinnamon whistles rang out, sounding distant but clear enough to distinguish their choppy high-pitched melody. I started trembling as the audio played, but continued scanning the desk until I spotted one particular tape whose label read Shane 216. Despite dreading what I'd hear, I shakily swapped out the tapes as expected. The Shane 216 tape played more cinnamon whistles. What was most disturbing, I immediately recognized them as the same ones I heard last night. My nausea worsened as I sifted through a few other tapes on the shelf, noticing they were all labeled similarly: Willard 31, Daphne 724, Cora 1031, Janice 11:5. They had to be names and dates, I thought, but if that was the case, then Shane's tape was made yesterday. I quickly tried calling his phone, but as it rang, I noticed something written on one of the cassette tapes that almost made me faint. As I processed this horror, I began hearing a set of rhythmic vibrations that coincided with Sean's ring-back tone. I slowly faced the direction it came from, finding myself gazing at one of the room's darkened corners, where I spotted the light blue glow of a flashing phone screen. "Shane," I whispered, as my phone slipped from my sweaty, trembling hand. I stood anchored in place as the glowing phone screen moved towards me, accompanied by the sound of slow, heavy footsteps. My stomach sank. Someone else was here, I thought. That was Shane's phone. But that wasn't Shane. The approaching figure was definitely taller. The person was shirtless. Their arms and torso were coated in what looked like grey and red paint, which glistened in the room's dim flickering light. The individual wore dark cargo pants and had two curved horns protruding from their head, along with a long snout-like nose that was a lot stiffer than the rest of its body. It was a mask, I quickly realized. Either a mask or, by the looks of it, the actual head of a cow or bull. Who's there? I weakly mumbled, stepping back against the desk, while my eyes widened with horror as the bull-headed figure paused right at the light's edge. After releasing a deep exhale, it walked up to the metal enclosure and opened a square hatch. I was hit with a fresh wave of that burnt cinnamon aroma, which had something gamey mixed with it that reminded me of overcooked beef. It reached inside the hollow enclosure, completely submerging its head and upper body, which was when I took my chance to run. Before racing up the staircase, I looked back once more to see the bull-headed figure now facing me, holding a human skull in one of its hands that it pulled from the enclosure. I squeezed through the passageway in seconds, screaming frantically as I burst out from under the deck, ran to the front yard and collapsed in a heap against my car. I wasn't going back inside the house, and I didn't know what to do next. Call Uncle Kent? The police? Or just get somewhere safe? I went into the latter option, got in my car and called for help at a neighbor's house. I still can't fathom what the police uncovered. The metal enclosure was apparently made of bronze and seemed to function as an oven or furnace. Investigators found human remains inside the enclosure, mostly bones, coming from at least 8 different individuals, including Shane. But thought the body count was higher. They believed my uncle, or whoever else it was, brought people into the chamber, got them inside that bronze enclosure, lit a fire under it, and literally cooked them alive. Investigators concluded this after finding the enclosure's inner walls were littered with scratch marks. The cinnamon was thrown in to mask the smell of burning flesh. But what bothered me most was how that assortment of pipes and tubing on top of the enclosure functioned. Those pipes converted the acoustics of screams of people burning inside the enclosure to make them sound like whistling. Every time I smelled burnt cinnamon and heard that ghastly whistling, it was actually someone's agonizing shrieks while they were roasted alive. Uncle Kent vanished that same day and was never found. Looking back at how nonchalant he always was whenever I mentioned the cinnamon whistles, it made me wonder what he truly knew. Was he trying to cover up his own doing, or protect me from who or whatever lurked beneath his house? Was the bull-headed figure I saw actually my uncle, or someone entirely different? Both or outcomes were equally terrifying. The police found 15 cassette tapes, as I suspected. Each one was labeled with someone's name and a date, which actually helped investigators identify some of the victims. The tapes were a collection of every victim's recorded screams or whistles, which I realized probably explained that old tape recorder I found in the basement. There's one particular tape whose memory still induces a sense of paralyzing fear. I spotted it while trying to call Shane, right before I heard his phone vibrating. The cassette tape in question had my name written on it, along with a date of 2/18.
Happened on New Year's Eve 2016 in Uxtapa, Mexico. My family and I go there every year to spend the holidays, since we own an apartment there, and it allows my dad to escape his work environment for a little bit. The apartment we own is in an apartment complex which has 24 apartments, total divided into 4 towers. They all look the same and have a small terrace with a small hot tub in a corner. Since we have owned that apartment for a few years, my parents became close friends with a lot of the other residents, which created a nice environment to be in during the holidays. Anyway, on New Year's Eve, we were invited along with many of the other residents to spend New Year's at one of their apartments. Around 35 people showed up. The apartment is on the 4th floor, and we arrived there at around 10 p.m. Since many of us had dinner before with family and joined to celebrate the new year for the rest of the night. At around 10:50 or 11 p.m., one of my mother's friends looked up at the sky and said she saw something strange. Many of the residents, me included, shrugged it off at first and kept talking. Within a couple of minutes, more and more people started looking up. Once we saw the commotion, we got up and went outside to the terrace to join them and see what the fuss was about. It was strange at first, but I can describe it as if the stars were twinkling. We could see the stars, but they were bunched up closer than usual, and they were twinkling intermittently in an unusual fashion. As we kept looking, more and more stars kept showing up and twinkling. Some said they were stars and we were staring at nothing, but then what we thought were the stars in the sky began to move towards the other stars that were twinkling. At this point, we all started to freak out a little bit. I like to think we are not alone and that there are paranormal forces out there, but this was truly the first time. I had no idea what was going on. There were too many to count, but we all agreed that 100 to 150 stars were twinkling in this one section of the sky, and more seemed to move across the sky to join them. Once they stopped joining, they continued to twinkle in an unnatural way. I can just explain it as turning lights on and off, and not the slight dimness you see when looking at an actual star. Then this entire cluster moved across the sky and disappeared from sight. We were all with our mouths wide open. Many of us tried to record or take pictures, but nothing showed up on the phone cameras, especially that far away. The fact that it was 35 or so people witnessing it, and only about an hour after we got there, means that we saw what we saw. No one was intoxicated to the point where they could have imagined it. The most interesting part is that the son of the apartment owner said that the year before he talked to a guy that said he had seen something similar on New Year's Eve the year before. He said he listened to his story but shrugged it off as some guy ranting. My family and I continue to talk about it to this day. We immediately try to investigate about phenomenons or events that could have caused it, and nothing came up. I'm not sure if this is the right place to post this, but if it's not, I'd love to share it somewhere where someone could provide some type of insight. Sorry for the long post, but that was the most concise way to explain it. I'd love to hear if anyone has had any similar experiences. This happened between 1989 and 1990, and I was about the age of 4 years old. To this day, I still get chills thinking about it, and I wonder if in some way unknown, it changed me. My parents had a house in the Inland Empire of Southern California, and at the time my brother hadn't been born yet, so I was still the only child. To give you a layout, My parents' house was a two-story house located in a cul-de-sac. On the bottom floor, there was 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, the living room, and the kitchen. The second floor was just the master bedroom and bath. All you could see from the street was the garage and one of the bedroom windows on the bottom floor, and the window of my mum's bathroom on the second floor. To get to the front door, you had to walk along the cement pathway that ran along the side of the house. You had to pass the first bedroom that you can see from the street, then you pass the bathroom window, and then another bedroom window, and then you would be at the front door. The backyard was beyond that point. My bedroom at the time was the bedroom next to the front door. Now, for some reason, my blinds weren't completely down to the bottom of the window. There was about a 6-inch gap with nothing covering it. I was pretty young, so I didn't really care much about it then. The bed was in the middle of the wall, across from my bedroom door, and to the left was the window. According to my mum, this all happened right before midnight. My mother was asleep in her room upstairs, and my dad was a policeman that worked nights in another city. I was fast asleep in my room, and out of nowhere I suddenly awoke, looking up at the ceiling. I don't know what woke me, or if I just popped awake on my own. After my eyes adjusted to the night's light of my bedroom, I sat up and started looking around my room. All of a sudden, something caught my eye at the window in the gap. First, I thought it was the streetlight reflecting on the window, but I knew for a fact that there was only one streetlight, and what I was looking at was 2 obvious glowing spots that were spaced apart as if on someone's face. Then I thought, is that a cat looking at me? And yes, I vividly remember thinking these things, trying to debunk this at 4 years old. I had remembered then that my cat's Chelsea's eyes would reflect at night, but this looked different than that. The cat's eyes would almost have different colours when reflecting. These were 2 very solid, bright, white, glowing eyes, looking straight at me. I just stared at them, frozen stiff, trying to make sense of what I am seeing. I couldn't see a face at all. The eyes were just so bright, nothing else stood out. That void, or face, around the eyes looked blacker than the night. I thought again, well, if this is a cat, how could a cat be big like a person? And why would a cat stand up to stare in my bedroom? The curiosity got me, and I went for it. I flipped my covers off, turned my little 4-year-old body towards the window, and put my feet on the floor. This is the moment the creepiest thing happened, and it will forever be burned into my brain. I got off the bed and got on my knees to get a closer look at this so-called cat, when at this very moment, this faceless pair of glowing white eyes begins to slowly and steadily tilt to the side. Very similar to Michael Myers in Halloween. Eyes still locked on me, not blinking once. The feeling of dread and fear shot through my body. Completely terrified, I burst into tears immediately and booked it down the hallway, through the living room and up the stairs to tell my mum. Although I was going as fast as I could, it felt like it took forever. When I got to my mum, I was so upset. I couldn't get any words out. Tears were streaming down my face, and my mum was becoming seriously concerned at this point. She was able to calm me down just enough for me to get out the words. There is white eyes looking at me through my window, on the bottom. Stutter, crying hard. Are you sure? My mum asked. I crowed, yes. She didn't even go down to look. She just called the police. I don't remember the time it took for them to arrive or what they said because I finally fell asleep in my mum's bed. I do remember faintly waking up to a knock on the door and my mum going to open it.
The cop speaks to her and I hear her say, "Okay, thank you, good night." And she shuts the door. "Did they find it, Mummy?" I asked, half asleep. "No, honey, he said they couldn't find anyone." My mum told me softly, "It's okay now, just try to go back to sleep." It's safe to say that the next day my whole window was covered. Years fast forward and I'm in middle school now. Every now and then I would think about that night. Sometimes I wondered if that moment was real, if those eyes were really there, those unforgettable white eyes. One day a random thought came up and I asked my mum if she remembered that night. She tells me, "Yes, of course." "Why?" "I don't know, just wondering, I guess," I said. Then my mum proceeds to say, "Well, I never told you this, but when the deputy came out that night, he told me they made it a priority to get out to our house as soon as they could, because not very long before I called 911, they received another call from someone else reporting that someone was looking in their window in our same neighborhood." Hearing that sent chills down my spine, and to this day I wonder who or what was looking at me that night. This story happened in October of 2004, back when I was still a third-year high school student. My friends and I struck around the school late at night. After our annual Halloween party, we had agreed to try out my friend's Ouija board. It wasn't the brightest idea, but we needed a thrill. We found a nice spot under a huge narrow tree and proceeded with a half-arsed ritual. There were 5 of us, 2 boys and 3 girls. We were all expecting some kind of paranormal contact. Rumors had it our school was haunted, but we've never really experienced anything firsthand. And it was Halloween when all the spirits came out to play. We all wanted to get spooked. Also, we've never seen a Ouija board firsthand before, so we were pretty excited. Our school was an old Spanish colonial house, built in the 80s, when the Spaniards still occupied the Philippines. We were in a section of the school that doesn't get used often, located beside a creepy old Jesuit house. People only go there when they needed to use the restroom, store equipment on one of the sheds, or make out with their boyfriends or girlfriends. We sat down in the middle of an open space with only an exposed bare bulb nearby illuminating the surroundings. We were all having a laugh, scaring each other with what-if scenarios. It was your typical dumb kids doing dumb things. My friend who bought the Ouija board proceeded to place it in the middle of a circle. If I remember correctly, it was the glow-in-the-dark version, which we found hilarious, but it gave us the ability to see what was written in the dark. Not knowing what to do, and going after what we've seen in movies, we all proceeded to place our index finger on top of the planchette. We sat there looking at each other, until one of us said, "What's next?" We didn't know if there was a proper way to start the ritual, plus the board didn't come with instructions, so we decided to just throw in a question. "Is anyone there?" I called out into the darkness. "If there are spirits living here, please talk to us." One of the girls joined in. We clearly had no idea what we were doing. Still, nothing. Not even the slightest bit of wind. One of my friends jerked the planchette, and the girl who bought the Ouija board screamed, breaking the silence. We all laughed at how ridiculous it was. After a bit of joking around, we decided to give it another go. We placed our index finger on the planchette once more and asked, "If there's anyone there, we would like to make contact." "Don't break the circle," one of my friends jokingly said. "Shut up,"
I whispered. We were just about to give up when the wind started to pick up. The stillness broke and the darkness around us seemed to move. Just a coincidence, we thought. Okay, don't break the circle, I yelled out. Is anyone there? I was excited. It was like a scene from the movie with dirt and dead leaves swirling around us. Guys, I'm scared, my friend sitting behind me said. My mum warned me about playing with forces we don't know. Did you die here? Were you killed during the war? Are you the headless priest that roams these halls? You know Jose, our national hero? Are you a hottie? My friend giggled. At this point, we were all throwing random, stupid questions. And nothing. This is bullshit. I don't want to do this anymore, my friend said. We were all thinking the same. Just then, a group of dogs from a neighbouring house started barking at us through the chain link fence. These 6 dogs were growling and showing teeth. We all screamed and without finishing the ritual, bolted right out of there. We didn't see each other until after Halloween break, and this is where the story gets creepy. One of the girls told us about a weird experience she had the night after playing with the Ouija board. She had gotten home late after hanging out with her friends from the neighborhood when she realized she forgot the keys to her house. So she called her brother up, who was then still sharing a room with her. And what he said creeped the hell out of all of us. He swore she was already home. He claimed to have seen her walk in a while ago and that she looked really tired and saw her head straight to bed. Creepy, but no need to freak out, was all we thought. Besides, her brother must have been tired and been seeing things. But then my other friend started telling us about an encounter she had that Halloween night. She was going up to her room when the lights started flickering as she was ascending the staircase. Your typical horror movie visuals. Shrug it off to faulty wiring. But just then, she saw the door to her room open and a dark figure stepped out and stood atop of the staircase. She couldn't make out the entity's face, but she counted that she couldn't move and felt utter dread as the figure stared down at her. No way! My best friend, who just joined in the conversation, said in disbelief. Something happened to me as well. He recalled that he was sleeping one night when he woke up feeling really uncomfortable. He described his vision as having TV-like static and a feeling of heaviness surrounded him. He looked around the room and that's when he saw a bloody, charred face with piercing red eyes grinning at him through the window. I couldn't believe what I was hearing because I had almost run in with death that night. After the ritual, I was sleeping in our sedan on the way home after fooling around with the Ouija board. When I felt a car jerk, I woke up instantly. Looking out the window, I found that we've been hit by a huge oil tanker. I panicked and leaped out of the car. Luckily, my mum and I survived the crash since the front of the car was a total wreck. I still don't have an explanation why those things happened to us, but thank God nothing happened after that. I never played or got near a Ouija board ever since.
This happened just yesterday, so it's fresh in my mind. I'm not quite sure what to think of it because it was just so bizarre and unbelievable. I might have just been sleep deprived. So last night at maybe 11 p.m, I was walking around my block. My town is relatively safe, so I didn't feel in any danger. Plus, it was a beautiful night. I had been walking for around 5 minutes when a pale woman with blonde hair and a white dress caught my eye from across the street. She was about my height and looked to be around my age too. I didn't actually pay attention to her after I first noticed her. When I circled the block again, she was on the same street, a couple feet in front of me. She was standing on the curb, staring at the cars passing by. It was a main road, so even that late, people were still driving on it. I said hello to her and she turned her gaze to me. I couldn't see her face super well, but from what I think I saw, she had no pupils or colour in her eyes, and she just stared at me. After a while, I asked if she was okay. She didn't respond again and simply pointed at the road. I was really confused, and I didn't understand. Right as a red car started coming down the road, she stepped into the road. The car slammed into her, and it was a bloody mess. The driver immediately stopped and jumped out. It was a man in his mid-20s. We both spoke about it, freaked out. He called the police and I went around the car to see the state of the girl. Once I circled around the car, she was gone. Not gone as in dead. Gone as in she just wasn't there. The blood on the road was gone too, but not gone from the man's car. After the police arrived, they concluded that it was some big hoax of a kid who didn't know what they were talking about, and some guy who went along with it. The blood in the truck was brought to investigation, only to be found as paint. Nothing else was put up about it. I'm still not sure if what happened was real. It felt so real, but I don't believe in the paranormal. I don't know what it was. If it was just a demon, or if it was real. I remember it like it was real. I feel like I can't leave the house now. I don't understand anything now, and I kind of feel like I'm going crazy. Has anyone else experienced something like this? This is the first time I'm posting anything online about this. I am a 31-year-old woman, married, and I recently moved back in with my parents due to moving back to the town I grew up. My husband and I are taking our time looking for our own place due to wanting something nice in the area, and that is usually hard to find. This story takes place in my parents' house, starting back 10 years ago. A description of the house for a bit of context. It's a 2-story brickstone house in city limits, but still surrounded by nothing but woods. You have to go through a garage that leads into the kitchen with the first bedroom to your left. Past the kitchen is the main living room, and to the right is the hall that is very open. In this area you will find the main dining room and the second living area. But if you continue straight, you will see the staircase to your left, and even further straight is my parents' bedroom and bathroom. Going up the stairs, you will come to the third living area. Yes, this is a huge house, with 2 sets of French doors side by side that lead to the outside balcony. Going straight, a sharp left leads you to the other 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. This is where the story takes place. The first time I stepped foot into this house, I immediately felt off, like something just wasn't right. I felt a presence, but I didn't know what or who it was. I brushed it off, thinking I was just reading too much into it. I continued to feel this for the next couple of years, and because of this, I didn't much enjoy visiting them. My parents liked to gamble a lot back then, so they would ask me to babysit my baby brother and sister one day on the weekend. My boyfriend, now husband, loved them, so he could always babysit with me. The first few times
I really didn't pay attention to the feeling I would get, because we would be busy playing or eating with the kids. After that, things kinda chilled out, and we would end up watching movies until it was time for us to go to bed. Now my husband is a freak of nature, lol. It's like he falls asleep the second his eyes are closed. Me, on the other hand, it takes me forever to get comfortable enough to wind down my mind. I also don't sleep well, even when I do finally get to sleep. This night was the first time I saw and heard something in this brand new house. In this room, the bed is facing the doorway, but not directly in front of it. With the double doors open, you can see the front of the staircase and all the way down the hallway. As long as the light is on, that is. This night, only one of the hallway lights were on. I was laying in bed with the TV on, with the volume down low so I could hear if one of the kids called me. I was almost asleep when I hear one of my siblings coming down the stairs. I open my eyes a bit and wait for them to get to the bottom, but they never do. I don't think anything of it. Close my eyes and begin to drift off again. A few minutes later, I hear again. So I open my eyes and wait, but again, they never get to the bottom. This time I sit up and listen. A bit spooked, but nothing I cannot handle. I get a bit nervous, but still I go check to see if they are there. And maybe they are scared to come all the way down or something. No one is there. Confused and thinking I must be dreaming it up, I go back to bed, this time closing one of the double doors. It was a few hours later, around 2:30 a.m, when I feel like someone is very near me, as if they are standing next to the bed right in front of me. Usually, when I open my eyes, I would see the green glow of the alarm clock on the bedside table, but this time, I saw nothing. It was pitch black. I couldn't even see the hallway light on, and the TV had turned off on its own. I felt like I couldn't move. I was awake now, and scared to my bones. I was finally able to call out my husband's name loud enough to wake him. He reached over and turned on the light. And right then, the scared feeling went away and I was able to move. I freaked out and started to cry. I couldn't begin to explain to him what happened because even if I had, he didn't believe in those things. So I told him I was having a nightmare and asked him to go check on the kids. When he came back, he said the kids were fine and got back in bed with the light on. I was able to fall back to sleep, but it took me forever. The next day, I told my mum about what had happened, and that's when she told me she had been hearing footsteps on the stairs at night and even saw someone standing by the door at times. She didn't tell anyone because she did not want to scare the kids. This is when she told me what she had done. She wanted to know what was going on in her house, so she went and bought a voice recorder. One day, she decided to use it and went upstairs while everyone was gone. She asked your typical questions of, "Who is there? What do you want? And why are you here?" And then said, "You have passed away and need to go into the light. You are not welcome here." The next day, she decided to leave the recorder in one of the bedrooms upstairs while it was recording for about 4 hours while she was out running errands. I asked if she had checked it, and to my surprise, she said she was too afraid to listen to it alone. I want to listen to it. Off we went to the computer and began listening to it after it was uploaded. During the 4 hours she was gone, you could hear something clicking or tapping, sounds of a drawer opening and closing, but we weren't for sure. Then we listened to the part where she was asking questions. Now you could hear a sound that resembled a fan or maybe static throughout the whole thing. So some sounds were indistinguishable, but the one sound we did hear chilled us to the core. When she asked, "What do you want?" it gave us an answer. The answer was Jamie. It was my brother's name. It didn't answer any other questions except for that one. I cried immediately. He wasn't having night terrors for no reason. Something was there for him. Every night. We soon asked a friend to cleanse the house. For a long time, everything has been okay. My brother stopped having night terrors. My mum was able to sleep comfortably, and all was good again. Until now. I have been living in this house for a month and a half. For the last 3 weeks, I have been seeing things everywhere, especially when I am alone. Because of this, I won't stay alone anymore. I get this strong feeling of being watched. I had the feeling of someone pulling on my blanket at night. I think it is time for on the cleanse. Oh, and just an FYI, I am the third generation on my mother's side of the family that is able to see spirits. My dad's side of the family has, in the past before I was born, practiced black magic. I don't like speaking to them, and I won't dabble in any of the spiritual stuff most people do. I stay as far away from it as possible, and I recommend that you do too. Even if you are careful, these spirits can haunt you for a long time, even after you're gone. An update. So I'm sitting in the living room floor playing with my nephew. Mum's on the left couch, and sister is on the right couch. My nephew has a toy piano that is made of cloth and can be folded up. This piano is behind us in the corner with all my nephew's other toys. We are talking and watching my nephew attempt to walk when this piano makes a sound. It's like someone is pressing the key slowly. We stop and stare and then look at each other shocked. Then the keys are pressed rapidly until it finally shuts off on its own. Mum and I are not scared. My sister is terrified due to something happening to her last night around midnight. That is a different story. Before I begin, I'm a 16-year-old male. About 3 years ago, I was in Virginia visiting family over summer. We were right outside the DC area and staying in a 2-story house near the freeway. On the other side of the freeway was a forest. So my mum, her boyfriend Eric, and I were all staying with Eric's parents. We had bought some night vision binoculars and decided that tonight was the perfect time to use them. So, after dinner, we gear up and head out. We pass under the freeway and head into the woods. When we get about 5 minutes into the woods, we set down our bag and take out our binoculars. My mum looks around with them for a while, seeing a few squirrels here and there. She gets tired of them and passes them to me. I look around for a while, being careful not to look at the freeway for fear of being blinded. I spot something behind a tree about 50 feet to our left. I concentrate on it, trying to figure out what it was. It looks like a pale, bald, anorexic man, looking straight at us from behind the tree. I get a bit uneasy, but I'm hesitant to believe it's really there. I ask Eric to take a look, just in case. To my despair, he sees it too. He describes it much the same way I did. Now, Eric is a former amateur boxer, and I train MMA almost every day, but neither of us wants to stick around with that thing. We start heading back to the house, crossing under the freeway. We take another look behind us as a car comes by. All 3 of us see glowing eyes lit up by the pillars on the other side of the freeway. We say F that and head back to the house. When we get back, Eric's parents are asleep and my mum and Eric go upstairs to the guest room. There's only one guest room, so I have the couch downstairs. I'm a little too excited after seeing the thing in the woods, so I end up staying up all night. Around 3 a.m, I'm watching TV and start hearing footsteps above me. I immediately remember our early encounter and panic a little. I try to calm down and tell myself it's just one of the dogs or maybe someone who couldn't sleep. I keep hearing the footsteps for a while until I hear a doorknob jiggle. I find it weird that they're trying to open a locked door but try to ignore it. They stop, walk around for a few minutes, and then it's quiet again. I stay up until the sun starts coming up and then pass out. My mom wakes me up and I remember the footsteps from the night before. I describe what happened and ask if one of them got up at any time. She says no, and I think it must have been one of the dogs. That is, until she tells me the room above me is the office. No one was in the office and the door stays locked at night. My heart sinks as I piece it all together. I don't know if it was that thing for sure, but I think it was. I've done a lot of research since then, trying to figure out what that thing was that night. I found two creatures that seemed to match it. I think it was either a skinwalker or a wendigo. Whichever one it was, I'm just thankful that door was locked. I know I wouldn't be able to fight that thing, no matter how tough I am.
I think this is more suited here. I'm sure you'll tell me if not. I haven't told this story for a really long time, so I might be a bit rusty around the edges. It happened New Year's Eve, 2004, when I was 14 or 15. I was a good kid. I didn't drink until I was legally old enough, so this can't be put down to, which is what people assume when I tell them it was New Year's Eve. I had been to a New Year's Eve party at a friend's house while her parents were out. When her parents returned, we left them to it and moved the party to another friend's house. Around 5 a.m., I decided to call it a night and make my way back home. I walked for 20 minutes before getting to the stage where I have to walk under a motorway. Just to set the scene, you cross a bridge and you're under the motorway. So it's essentially an open tunnel held up with lots of thick pillars. It goes on for quite a while. There are 3 roads that cross underneath it. The first is right at the start, the second is about 200 meters up, and the final one about 300 meters beyond that. The final one is right at the end where I come out and walk up my street. Just behind the final road is a street light, and then a working men's club. Now, I had seen a couple of people scattered around, so when I came to cross the second road, I saw a figure up ahead under the streetlight. I didn't bat an eyelid, especially with the Working's Men Club behind it. As I got closer, I realized the figure was a girl, and she was wearing a fancy dress. She had a costume that would have fitted somewhere between the 1900s and the 1920s. It was a light color, but our streetlights are orange, so everything was disguised by the orange glow, and I couldn't say for certain what color it was. She was standing, looking to her right, up the road, into what would be oncoming traffic. I remember thinking it was an odd costume for a New Year Eve's party, but each to their own. I stared at her right up until I was standing directly opposite, the other side of the final road. I looked left and right and across the road, and the girl wasn't there anymore. No car had passed, so she couldn't have gotten in her lift. The club behind her was shuttered up and bolted, and I looked away for about 2 seconds. Where did you go, mysterious girl? I'm a long-time reader, first-time poster, So I don't even know if this is the right place to post this on. But it was incredibly terrifying, and it still gives me chills, as cliche as that sounds. I know some people say these stories are 100% true for immersion, but believe me when I say that this is 100% true. 3 of my friends and I were spending the night together on New Year's Eve about a year ago, and we decided we wanted to spend the night in a tent outside, really close to the woods. We were laughing and messing about, normal teenage things. Then we heard this rustling outside in the leaves. Figuring it was just an animal or something, we shrugged it off. At this point, it was nearing midnight, and we had a flashlight on in the tent, and we were blasting music. That's when all hell broke loose. We heard this chirping noise outside. When I say chirping, I don't mean it was like a bird or a raccoon, but this unearthly chirping that didn't sound like any animal at all. In fear, we were about to be ambushed. I demanded my friends temporarily turn off the lights and the music. At first they looked at me like I was crazy, but I strengthened my tone. Turn it all off now. At this point, they knew I was serious, so they turned it all off and listened carefully. There it was again, this unearthly chirping that didn't sound like anything. My friends and I were scared, but I was a little bit braver than the rest of them. I had been taking karate for about 4 years, and I'm a very tall female capable of taking down a grown man. So I figured I could take whatever was out there, or at least I could carry one of my friends if we had to run away. They all tried to play it cool and said it must have been one of those screamer firework things, but I could tell they were all scared themselves. We carried on messing about for a few more minutes, desperately trying to forget about the screech chirping thing outside. Then we heard it again, this time much closer to our tent. This was the first time I could properly hear it. When it made a clearer sound, reality drop kicked me in the stomach. It was big, and it was almost right outside our tent. My friends and I were about to shit ourselves, so they started asking me questions as to what I thought it was. I was the friend who was into all things paranormal, and I still am, but I've never been a paranoid person. So they asked me. I told them, just as a suggestion, that it could be a skinwalker or a fleshgate, because I read somewhere that they mock the voices of your friends and emit noises that they think will lure out their victims. I only said this because I thought that could explain the scream chirp, but I think they were really scared due to this. We heard it again. At this point, everyone was scared, and one of them eventually called her older brother to come and hang out for a while. While he was there, just our luck, we couldn't hear the chirp screech anymore. Damn, we hung out with him for a while until we all decided to go on a walk with him. The walk was fun, and my friends were terrified because we were walking around in the dark. But I've always liked the dark, as it was so vast and mysterious. I was also hoping we would find the fleshgate, so my friends would stop acting like stuck-up little craps that weren't scared, because I could see they were scared themselves. Part of me was terrified to see what would happen if we stumbled across a fleshgate, but my friend's older brother had a knife with him, and I was prepared to stab it if he wasn't. Fast forward later into the night, we were blasting music again and playing with a multicolored strobe light. Probably not the best way to avoid being jumped in the night now, and I think about it. My friend's brother had left us his knife in case we had anything else that night. My friends all decided that I was the only one who would be brave enough to actually stab someone or something if it came to it. So I was in charge of holding the 6-inch knife all night. Thankfully, it wasn't a sheet, because despite my training, I'm quite clumsy, especially this late into the night. I couldn't help myself taking the knife out because it was so interesting and beautiful to look at. There it was again, the same chirp screech. I unzipped the tent to look, knife drawn, and had something scurry away quickly into the woods. Since my friends didn't hear it, I left it alone. Everything was fine for the rest of the night. That is, until I was the only one awake. I heard this horrible scream howl, much more blood-curdling than the chirps. It kept getting closer to the tent and then backing away, like it somehow knew I was the only one awake. It circled us, made itself sound distant, then come back with another howl. One of my friends briefly awoke and told me it was probably someone having a party, but I could tell she was just saying that so she could get the sleep she desperately needed. Me, however, I could go for 3 days straight without having to sleep once. I was perfectly fine without sleep, unless I had a long day of school the next day or something. Believe me when I say, I didn't let my guard down once. I listened to this thing and the location the cries took place. I wasn't about to let some fleshgate or some skinwalker come and kill my friends, and I on the night that was supposed to be fun. I drew the knife a few times and practiced slashing the air in case he attacked, but it never did. It just spent hours taunting me, trying to draw me out. I was incredibly tempted to run out there, just to get a look at it, but I knew that was exactly what it wanted. Waiting for me not to be in a group, so it could pick the threat off, and then my friends. There was no way in hell I would let it anywhere near my friends. The older brother had left to go to a friend's house later that night as well, and the friend we were all staying with lived with her grandma. I lived around the neighborhood, and both my mum and my dad were home. My dad is a big guy, standing at 6'2" and very strong, but it would be too far to run and ask for help. I couldn't go out there to see what it was even if I wanted to. Even though I'm pretty damn fast, I was weak considering how late it was. And I would become this thing's prey knowing this. I just laid back, knife at the ready, listening in absolute horror. You don't know what true vulnerability is until you're on the outskirts of the woods in a tent that 3 lives are in your hands, while some paranormal creature is hunting you, teasing you, and you only have a close combat weapon that you're not even certain would put a scratch on it. I sat there in silence until around 6 in the morning, when I was certain it had stopped. I couldn't take it anymore. The damn thing had driven me crazy. My work there was done, as I was certain it was gone. I left the knife on my pillow and a note that said I went home and I wasn't dead, so I could reassure my friends when they woke up later on. So I began to walk home to my house with the streets poorly illuminated by street lamps. There weren't that many, leaving a lot of dark spaces that I couldn't even see if I tried. To make matters 10 times worse, my glasses were smudged and I could barely see anything. I knew it was better to my advantage if I kept them on though, because I'm blind as a bat. I scanned my surrounding, my whole way there, keeping my eyes on every direction this thing could attack me from. He was probably just waiting to get me alone, but I wasn't going to let it do anything to me. When I finally got to my house, the door was unlocked to my relief, so I could get in without my parents hearing me. Unfortunately, this was 5 in the morning, And as I mentioned before, clumsy as ever, so I bumped into everything as I tried to navigate myself to my room, where I forced myself to go sleep. After that, when asked, my friends would say it was a screamer, firework, or some animal. But I can tell they were scared, and they just were trying to make sense of it all. I tried to make sense of it too, but I just couldn't. I knew what I heard, and it was much worse than what they could have imagined. They probably thought I mentioned Fleshgate and Skinwalkers just to scare them, but I truly believe it was one of the two. Nothing like this has ever happened again, but there's a reason we haven't been sleeping outside in a while. So, thank you for listening and reading this long story of mine. Christmas Eve Drive. This happened over 20 years ago. I was driving back home with my girlfriend at the time. It was Christmas Eve, and my mother's family used to hold a large celebration at my aunt's house in Estocada. This was my girlfriend's first time meeting with my extended family, but she got on quite well with them. We spent the majority of the afternoon and evening talking, playing poker, and opening presents. My girlfriend had been quite inebriated by the time we had to leave. Therefore, I'd be driving us home. It was around 11 PM or so. I was driving my girlfriend's car along Highway 211. Now, this stretch of road is surrounded by farms and dense patches of forest, and parts of it are unlit. But nothing to fear. I grew up in this area, so I knew this road like the back of my hand. The both of us were just driving and talking away, just two young lovers making the most of our moment together. There is a portion on the highway that descends down an enormous hill before crossing Deep Creek. Surrounding both sides of the road are thick forests. There are no lights. The only thing we could see was the area directly in front of our headlights. I drive down the hill, cross the bridge, and uphill through more forest. It's as the highway starts to flatten out that it happens. Something sprints across the road so suddenly that I almost hit whatever it was. I slam on the brakes. I turned to my girlfriend and asked her if she saw it. She confirmed that she had, but she couldn't make out what it was. Maybe it was a coyote, as they are a fairly common sight in this area. But something felt off about it. Whatever it was that ran in front of our car disappeared into the woods next to the road. Coyotes don't usually just dart out in front of cars. Not like that anyway. So for some reason, I decided to check it out. I turned the car around and switched on the high beams to better light up the forest in which this thing had vanished in. I step out the car and walk towards the woods. I don't see anything. But now it feels like perhaps I had made a grave error. My heart is pounding and the hairs on the back of my neck are standing at full attention. But I still don't see anything unusual in the trees. Suddenly the car's horn blasts. It's not a beep 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 that you'd get if, say, your driver or passenger wanted you to hurry up and get in the car. No. This was a long blaring beep. I walked back into the car and asked my girlfriend why she leaned on the horn like that. She said nothing. Instead, she pointed to a spot about 50 feet from where I was standing. I looked over in that direction, and that's when I saw it. Surely this was the thing that ran in front of our car. It was a man. He was completely naked. His skin was covered in dirt and mud, and in one of his hands, he was holding a hatchet. He looked back at us, and then he smiled and waved to us just before turning around and walking back into the forest. Needless to say, we got the hell out of there. Once we were safely driving away, my girlfriend explained what had just happened. While I was trying to look for the man in the area he initially vanished in, he circled back around and came out from another spot in the forest, beyond my car headlights. My girlfriend had seen something out of the corner of her eye, and that's when she saw him. Before she honked the horn, he was walking towards me, his hatchet raised, as if making to strike me.
We called the authorities once we got safely back home, but they never found anybody. Oh, they did, and just didn't tell us. But the officer we spoke to explained his theory. The man was obviously looking to ambush unsuspecting lone travelers, for Lord only knows what reason. We all agreed that my girlfriend's quick thinking saved my life, as it let my potential killer know that I wasn't alone out there. I moved back into the area recently, so I now drive that highway often. No naked hatchet man sightings yet, but I can tell you that I am definitely extra vigilant now, especially near Deep Creek. I'm a 22-year-old male, and I live in a large city in the Midwest. Now, I drive for Lyft while putting myself through trade school. I drive for other similar companies, but that's beside the point. I have many horror stories from those as well, but I'll tell those another time. It was Christmas Eve, 2020. I was out running Lyft for a few hours before heading to my mum's with my new baby and wife. Nothing special going on for the night, just the usual. I get a ride request. It was a pickup from this kinda lower income apartment complex. No big deal. I arrive and I find my passenger. He has all his belongings, several boxes of stuff. Now, my car is a 2006 Chevy Impala, so it's not too big. We get all his stuff loaded up, barely, and are on our way. During the ride he's crying, saying his girlfriend was cheating on him and he had walked in on them earlier that night. He couldn't stay there because it was her name on the lease, so I was taking him to a hotel. Now, in my city we have a street that is well known for having vices. Hookers, drugs, gangs, weapons and shady motels. The works. We get to the motel. He asks me to wait for him to check in and get his key. No problem, man, I say. I'll confess. I break the rules a little when it comes to Lyft. I have a gun hidden in a concealed holster, secured to the underside of my driver's seat for protection. Reason being, driving Lyft and other contract apps, I have had knives and guns pulled on me, as well as people have tried to fight me, rob me, and all kinds of other things. But, like I said, another time. The motel was on that street I mentioned before. Homeless people were everywhere. There was a dude on the far corner of the complex that still had a needle in his arm, passed out against the building. And I'm a big fan of true crime and horror narration, so I'm on edge. He gets his key. The whole motel is ground level, so to help the guy out, I drive to his door. As I mentioned before, he had a lot of stuff, so I started to help him unload his stuff. Which on my second trip getting stuff, I saw a guy come out of a room just to the south of my car, followed by two ladies. They came up. That's when I saw the guy raise a freaking shotgun up out of his long coat and storm into the room. The two ladies followed him, slamming the door behind them. Following, I heard a lot of yelling and shouting. I was just waiting for shots to ring out. Out of nowhere, my passenger came up behind me. I can take this, man. Go ahead and take off. Have a Merry Christmas. And he gave me a cash tip. I didn't even notice he took the boxes out of my hands and slid a $5 in my pocket. I was frozen. I knew what may have been going down in that room. I had to leave, or at least get to where I could get my gun. I know the guy and both ladies saw me, and I know they knew I saw the gun. I had to get out of there. You know, no witnesses. I got in my car and sped away quickly. I got a block or so away and called the cops. I give them every detail. After I got off the phone with the police, I signed out a Lyft. I haven't made much money, but it was done. I got a call later that night. The cops investigated. They never found the gunman or the woman. They never answered the door I saw them come out of. And the occupants of the room they went into said nothing had happened and that I was full of crap. Well, I know what I saw. So to the gunman,
I saw with the shotgun, who I'm sure was making a statement to someone about a debt. Let's not meet again. So when I was 7, 8ish, my parents took me to a Christmas market that had tons of activities for kids. I didn't know this at the time, but my parents were fighting and thus preoccupied and just mostly left me on my own. The way it worked was you bought some vouchers at the door and could then go inside and use one voucher for one activity. There was stuff like baking cookies, painting stuff, wood burning for older kids, etc. It was pretty fantastic. Some of the stuff had queues if there was a lot of interest. Now, I'd gotten about 10 vouchers. An activity is about 15 minutes, and my parents were in a cafe in the building but well out of sight. Since it was an area you could only get into if you accompanied a kid or were a kid. I guess they felt safe leaving me alone. This was allowed but not encouraged. Anyway, I was queuing for my favorite activity there, the fabric painting section, where you got a piece of linen and could draw Christmas patterns and stuff on it. It was already my third time, but whatever, right? I had to queue, and when I was about halfway to the entrance, someone grabbed my arm. I panicked immediately because my parents would never have touched me like that, and I knew nobody else there. I yelped and tried to pull away but couldn't. Turning, I saw it was an older lady, maybe 40s to 50s, not sure. See, she was well dressed. Looked pretty strict but normal. Anyway, she was pulling me out of the queue against my will. I tried to yell and ask her to let me go, but she said something like, "You always do this, come on Marie." My name is not Marie, not even close. I yelled as much, still thinking that she just confused me for someone else. I was a pretty average looking girl with a brunette ponytail. Nothing particularly special. No were my clothes. She looked down at me again, scoffed, and told me to stop throwing a tantrum and that we were going home. It was at that exact moment I realized if I didn't escape, she would take me away. So I just basically opened my mouth and screamed at the top of my lungs. Not words, just a screech. Before that, I'd mostly asked to be released. Loud but not full on screaming. I was a polite kid. She paused mid-step because clearly I startled her, but she didn't let go yet. So I just screamed about the only thing I could really make sense of. My name is Sam. This was the first time that people actually looked at us as more than a mom, grandma and a kid in a tantrum, because I'm clearly too old to not know my name, and also visibly scared. I was still trying to pull away, but she had a grip on my forearm like a vice. I made eye contact with the first random person I saw looking over, a guy, early 30s I guess, definitely younger than her. I just pled for him to help me, and he actually came over at that point. We were in sight of the exit. She dragged me quite far, and I guess at that point she decided it was too much of a hassle and let me go. Since I'd been fighting her, I immediately slammed into the ground, which actually promoted more people to step up to me to help. I was sobbing, and as soon as I could get to my feet, ran the other way to my parents. I must have barreled into 10 plus people and kids on the way to where I knew my parents were. It was a cafe like I said, and they were in the middle. My mum had super recognizable fake red hair, so even sobbing I could see her easily. I banged into a table, knocked stuff off and just threw myself at my mother. I was in no state to explain, and she was both mad at me for making a scene and really effing worried because I was not the type to cause a disturbance, pretty much ever. I wanted to explain but couldn't. There was a bit of a commotion around, with people being nosy. But as I calmed down, I realized that the guy had begged for help but explained to my parents what had happened. I hadn't even noticed him come with me, but I kind of tuned in when he kept asking if my grandma was here or something. And if I could have known her. Obviously my mother confirmed that was not the case,
and asked if what he told her was right. He confirmed that some woman was dragging me off calling me Marie. My parents, the guy, his son who was a fair few years older than me, maybe 15 or so, went with me to security where I tried and failed to describe the lady. The guy had a much better description of her, but she was obviously long gone. I think they called police, but I never spoke to any cops that I can remember. I felt really awkward and sorry that I ruined the other kid's day. So I gave him the rest of my vouchers so he could do more stuff if he wanted. He was really nice and gave me a pack of the cookies he begged to eat while the adults were talking. I don't remember any of their names or anything, but I remember how grateful I was to the kid. More so than his dad even. It just really comforted me. It just really comforted me that I had another kid around who was nice. Anyway, my parents took me home ASAP, of course, and we never went to that place again. There was a short story in the newspaper the next day about a kidnapping scare, my mother told me some years later, but it was all just speculation, and they didn't even confirm in the paper if it was an attempt or just a misunderstanding. Well, it sure as crap wasn't a misunderstanding. They never caught the lady or did any follow-ups, as far as I am aware. I actually had bruises on my arm where she gripped me through my sweater, and I still don't like Christmas markets much.
When I was around 12 years old, I was at my cousin's house for a party. It was around Christmas time. We were hanging out in their backyard and woods. Part of their backyard is wooded area, and we came to this tree that used to have a tree house in it. All that is left of that tree house is some steps leading to it, and a few platforms, which is not safe. My cousin told us this story about how the kids who had that treehouse had died when it collapsed. I personally thought this was a bunch of crap, but went with it. We eventually headed back to the house, but I decided to go back into the woods alone. As I was walking into the woods, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me, like I was safe there, safer than anywhere else. As I'm walking, I'm looking around and I see a light blue and white checkered flag up in a super thin tree that I didn't notice before. As I'm looking at this and trying to figure out how it got there, I started to hear kids' voices, laughing, talking, just having fun. I didn't think too much of it at the time as my cousins were out in the treehouse, a new one they built, not the old rundown one. As I'm walking closer to the old treehouse, the voices seemed louder, and I looked back up at the flag. It was moving, despite there not being any wind. I shook it off as I couldn't feel the wind from down here, but up there was wind, and looked back down. That's when I saw them. 6 children with white skin, like snow white skin. They all seemed to be wearing winter gear, though dull and dirty looking. They were walking towards me, but I didn't run. I wasn't afraid for some reason. I heard a branch snap, and that's when I ran. As I went back towards my cousin's house, I was just surprised to see that they weren't outside. I found them in the living room, playing video games. When I asked them when they came in, they said, "When you were walking to the woods." Why? The kids I heard weren't them. I still don't know to this day who those kids were. They weren't other neighbor kids, as none of them lived close to my cousins. Were they a figment of my imagination? Whatever it was, it's one of the reasons I now believe. One of the scariest moments in my life came from something I cannot explain. It's something I think about every time I drive down that road, and it's something I continue trying to figure out. That day, hard to believe, but it was almost 11 years ago. Back when I was in college, I had to take a few night classes to finish my program. I was going to school for drafting, and one of the classes covering inventor was only offered at 5 p.m. This was a bit of a pain for me, as I lived with my parents still, and the college was located an hour away. So getting off at 3 p.m., then driving home and heading back was pointless. That's why I typically stayed and just killed time at school until it was time for my classes. Sometimes my dad, who worked down the street from the school, would wait around, and my mum would meet us for dinner. But other times it was just me killing time. Yeah, it was a pain, but you do what you have to do. One day near the end of the semester, both of my parents decided to meet up with me, just as we had before. It was getting close to Christmas, and this town happened to be where our closest mall was located. So they decided to use the chance to get in some Christmas shopping. And after we finished eating, they did just that. I went to school, they went shopping, and that was that. Or at least, I thought. With the inventor class, despite it lasting a few hours, you could leave whenever you wanted. We were allowed to work ahead, and the teacher didn't care when you left as long as your assignment was done. Being someone who picked up on the program and 3D modeling quick, I was in a group of kids who were constantly 10 or so models ahead. So it didn't matter when I left usually. This being the end of the semester, however, I was out of work to do. I reached the end, so I ended up leaving class extra early. So I called my parents to let them know. They were still at the mall, so I drove over there to meet up with them. I did some shopping myself, and then we packed up the two cars to leave. Since they had gifts for me, my dad decided to drive one car, while my mom went with me in mine. Dad left first, so I didn't see what they had inside, and I took out after him. Back then, I still hated driving at night. Heck, I still do. So I followed him closely on the way back. My dad is a crazy, safe driver, so he drives slow, annoyingly slow. So it took longer following him, but it was okay. I felt safer with him in the lead. Getting close to home, we arrived at the T outside and the town I'll call RL. My dad was at the stop sign, ready to turn left, but a car was coming. So my dad, being an extra safe driver, he proceeded to peel out and cut the guy off. Now, RL isn't the safest town around, and when the guy slammed on his brakes and stopped in the road, I was scared. This is where people would get shot, and the guy stopping terrified me. I sat at the stop sign myself and had no idea what to do. Do I go? Do I wait? What is this crazy guy going to do? I sat there for a few minutes, freaked out, before my mum finally said, "Just go." So I did, and the whole time I kept my eyes on the grey car as I slowly pulled out and passed them. They are gone! My mum screaming, shocked me, and I remember saying, "What are you talking about?" As I too realized the car I was passing was not there. In fact, another car then passed through where the first car was sitting. The car was gone. Where I was looking now, the space was empty. Later, when I got home, we asked my dad about it, and he was confused. He wouldn't answer a cell phone while driving. According to him, there was never a car. He wondered why we had stopped, and said we were the only ones on the road, minus the guy he passed down the road 5 or so minutes later. So what did we see? Every time I passed that road, I looked to see if maybe something could have reflected light and made it look like a car. But there is nothing there, just a cornfield. My grandma died when I was very young.
It affected me deeply because she had been watching me at the time while my mum was out. She died in front of me and I reacted as best I could being a child. I went to my aunt and uncle's house who lived just behind me. All I knew was that something was wrong with grandma because she'd fallen down the stairs. The EMTs came after they called 911, but nothing could be done. She had passed. For the longest time, I had trouble dealing with it. I spent the longest time blaming myself and hurting deeply over it. This has been the most traumatic experience in my life. Shortly after she died, we moved into the home she lived in to take care of my great grandma. Though with time it has healed as best it can, the one thing I do think about when I think of my grandma is Christmas. If there was ever a truer person that embodied love and the spirit of the season, it was my grandma. She would gather all my relatives, aunts, uncles and cousins to her house for a holiday feast and gathering everyone from far and near, because my grandma was pretty much the matriarch of the family. The entire glue that was our family was held together by her hands, not to mention her food. If there's one thing she could do well, it was cook. But her expertise, I think, was baking. I have fond and vivid memories of gathering apples from the apple tree in the backyard for her, where she would bake pies, crisps, and whatever else she could do with them, though her cookies were the best. I loved my grandma's cookies and she made the best chocolate chip in the world. I staked my life on it, and I remember her kitchen always being filled with the most wonderful smells imaginable. I recall a time during the holiday season when I was really missing her. It had been many years since she had passed and I was trying to come to grips with her dying when I was so young. I was sitting in my bedroom thinking about it and talking to her in my head. I was feeling rather upset over it, really. I miss you, Grandma. It was the thought in my head that came, and shortly after it did, there was a loud sound in the kitchen. The sound was a clash of pots and pans, almost like someone was getting them out and tossing them on the countertops. We had cats at the time, so I assumed they were being ornery and had knocked things over. So I went into the kitchen to investigate. There was nothing, not a cupboard open or anything strewn about, nor was there a pot or pan out of place, and as well as nothing at all on the countertops themselves. It was confusing to say the least. I shrugged it off as an odd occurrence and went back to my room. Though it was then that the whole house filled with the most pungent and wonderful smell of someone baking. Not just the kitchen, but the entire house itself permeated with what smelled like a mix of brownies and cookies being made. My heart was strangely warmed by it. I had forgotten about being sad, though it dawned on me that it wasn't just a weird occurrence. I am convinced that it was my grandmother coming back to comfort me, to let me know she was still around and tell me she loved me in the best way she knew how. The story doesn't end on that note, however. When my mum came home from work that day, as soon as she walked through the door, she said, "It smells like someone's been baking in here. Merry Christmas, Grandma." Is a hard story to tell because it was my best and worst experience dealing with the supernatural. It's the best because it proves not all ghost stories are about vengeful spirits and the dark shadows that go bump in the night. It's the worst because, just listen for yourselves. It was a week before the first Christmas after my grandpa died, and I had stayed the night at my grandma's after we'd gone Christmas shopping the day before. My grandma was still taking it hard, and I had been trying to help cheer her up. We had just gone out to do some more shopping for gifts, boxes, and paper, the usual wrapping stuff. Then we went to McDonald's to grab some takeout for lunch. When we got back,
We ate lunch and watched Christmas movies in the living room till my mum got there to pick me up. I guess all that shopping wore her out, 'cause halfway through the movie we were watching my grandma fall asleep. As I was sitting there, I started to think about my grandpa. We were always really close, and his passing really hit me hard, and I was trying to not show it around my grandma. I was missing him a lot, and I didn't actually want to stay over at my grandma's house as much as I used to, because being there brought up all the memories of him, and just it made me miss him more. I never even went into his bedroom anymore because it was just too sad. While my grandma was sleeping, I tried to pay attention to the movie, but all I could think about was my grandpa and all the fun stuff we did for Christmas and how I just wanted to see him again. Then all of a sudden, the room started to feel cold. At first, I thought it was a draft, but then everything felt heavy and it got quite real quiet. The clock stopped ticking. There were no car noises, no nothing. It was like the whole world had just stopped. It looked as if the colour had started to fade away till everything just turned grey. Then my whole body felt like pinprickles, and it felt like someone was watching me. As I looked up, I almost screamed in shock. There in the doorway that led into the hall was my grandpa. He was just standing there, smiling at me, wearing his favourite cream colour, brown pinstripe shirt sleeve button-up shirt, blue jeans, brown belt, white socks, brown loafers, and brown glasses. The only thing different was a kind of glow around him. I sat there frozen for what seemed like an hour. Then I started to stand up. I don't know why, but maybe to hug him, or maybe just to touch him to see if actually he was there. I don't know, but the second I got to my feet, he was gone. And the world went back to normal, with all the sounds and colour back, like someone had just hit the unpause button. I just stood there for a second, then realised I was crying, and I went to get a tissue. An hour later, my mum came and got me. She and my grandma talked for a bit, while I stayed quiet, debating on whether or not to tell them what happened. I decided not to say anything to my grandma just yet. I told my mum everything on the car ride home when she noticed I was nervous about something. My mum was so shocked she had to pull the car over. She asked me like a million questions, mostly if I was positive on what I saw, and each time I told her yes, and describing the whole thing over and over again. And then I started to cry, and she hugged me to calm me down, even though she was crying too. When we calmed down, she told me it was okay, but never to tell my grandma about what I saw that day. After that, I still visited my grandma, but never by myself, and I didn't stay overnight again. The weirdest part of it all was that even though I was freaking out at what I saw, a part of me wanted to see him again.
This is my first post here. This just happened about an hour ago, so my memory is fresh. First off, I am living very rural, in a small village with maybe 10 to 15 houses, but close to the highway, and also about 10 minutes away from the town. If you cross the street, it just takes you about 10 minutes walk to reach the forest. This is the first Christmas day. In the afternoon, my partner and I decided to go for a little digestive walk, as we were really stuffed from all the food. It was about 5 p.m. and already dark when we left, and we had a big and bright LED flashlight with us. I also took my camera and my flash, as I love taking pictures of nature at night. We decided to walk on a little country road towards the forest and then turn right, following a small gravel cycle track close to the forest border, which connects our village and the next. In the middle part of the track, you have to walk through a small bit of forest. It's rather dark and the trees are very high and quite dense. When we entered, I saw a flashlight reflecting on something and recognized a car being parked there on the side of the track, close to the trees. This struck me as odd, as cars are not allowed to drive there and the path is very narrow and hidden. So I was a bit cautious. My partner pointed the light inside of the car and it seemed to be empty. I also noticed the windows were frozen, so it must have been parked there for a while. A bit in front of the car, I spotted a tree with an intriguing structure, and I asked my partner to point the flashlight towards it so I could focus better and take a picture with my flash. After I took a few images, my partner told me, there is someone standing behind us in the middle of the road. He is looking at us. Nobody was following us the whole time. I kept looking around and behind us occasionally, because at this time in the evening and close to the border of the forest there are boars sometimes, and it's mating season, so they are more aggressive than usual. Indeed, there was a man standing behind us, staying out of the flashlight's reach. He wasn't saying anything, just standing there and facing us. At first, I thought he might be startled, as it may seem a bit weird if someone's just taking pictures around your car. I decided to get up and confront him from a distance, explaining to him that I was just taking photos of that tree. He didn't react and still just stood there. I then went on to ask him if he needed some light, and he replied that this wasn't necessary. It was odd, but I was still calm, sure about there being a normal explanation for his behavior. Nonetheless, my partner and I decided to just get out there and follow the path leading to the next village. It was maybe 5 to 7 minutes until we reached it. I remember the letters on his license plate, not the numbers though unfortunately, and googled it, and it turned out that he was from a city about 6 hours away from our village. Mind you, the country I live in is in a very strict lockdown right now, so you are only allowed to travel if you have very urgent reasons. After we reached the first lantern of the next village, we looked back and observed the car driving a bit out of the forest, turning around and going back inside. I was able to see that he parked there again and turned the lights off. He didn't leave the forest. We then went home on a much longer way than initially intended, as I didn't want to go back there for obvious reasons. Our flashlight battery died on the way and my phone battery was low, so I didn't want to call the police back then. But I called them as soon as I arrived home and gave them all the details. Big regret that I didn't memorize the whole license plate, but it was just so surprising that I seriously didn't think about it. Also, it only occurred to me as really strange when I thought about the frozen windows and that he could impossibly have walked behind us. Plus him having no light and not responding, he did seem to be sneaking up on us when I sat down to take that photo. I think I was very lucky to have my partner, the camera, and the bright light with me. I don't want to imagine what could have happened if I was alone. So creepy guy sneaking around in the forest. Let's not meet again. Edit. When I told my housemate, she theorized that he may have been spying on the houses very close to the forest border, as you can easily look into their backyards without being seen. I had the thought of photoing the car when I entered the forest part of the path, but somehow I felt unwell about it and decided not to do it, despite it being an interesting scene. In hindsight, I believe this saved me, as he must have hidden behind the trees close to the car and forest entrance. If he was really planning a burglary, or worse, dumping a body, I think it's not unlikely he may have attacked me if he realized I had a potential photo of his car with a recognizable license plate. Update. Went back and found a tape marking on one of the trees, a very small hideout, more to store things than to sit in, as well as some cut off part of a backpack. Not sure if this was paranormal or not, but this morning my mum and I were in her car driving to work for a Christmas thing. where the locks in her car started locking and unlocking quickly and repeatedly, as though someone was playing with the locks. It could probably be explained as a car malfunction, but it's never done that before. And the creepy thing is that we were passing an area where there was a bad accident a day or two prior, and as soon as we were away from the area, the lock stopped. In the moment, we didn't know how to react, so we paused our conversation and just looked at each other like, what? Then turned the radio up and pretended like it wasn't happening. My friend left another friend's house about 4 a.m. It's dark, the street lights have just come back on. They get turned off at 1 a.m. every day, they come back on at 4 a.m. every day to save money. And it's a clear night, there are a couple of clouds in the sky, looks nice with the moon and everything. Anyways, my friend and I are walking for just about 2 minutes and we go around the corner of the road. It's a dead-end road, one way in, one way out, and it goes downhill. And in front of us, about 50 meters away, there are 5 people. 2 children, and what looks like their parents and an elderly woman. It's a bit odd. A family out at 4 a.m. stood under a streetlight. It's not impossible, but people are unpredictable. As we get closer, they look really odd. White shirts, beige trousers and dresses, exactly the same colours. Again, not impossible, just odd. As we get closer, across the road from them now, and you can see how daunting they look. They have black rings around their eyes. They don't look healthy, sunken faces. It's quite creepy now, but even creepier when they just stare, eyes following the whole way. My friend, who is female, is clearly terrified that something isn't really sitting well with them. So we walk on a bit faster. I grab her closer to me, just in case anything happens. I'd rather she get away safe. So we carry on for literally seconds before a stone flies by and hits the pavement in front of us. It made us jump. My friend was even more scared now. I got annoyed, so turned to confront them. And they're gone. They were there mere seconds before, and now completely gone from where they were. There is nowhere to hide. No other ways out of that road. They'd have to run past us to get away. We started running down the road, away from where they were. My friend is crying. I'm getting tense. I hate darkness, and honestly, I was so scared. So I tell her to hold on to me and stay close, and we move as fast as we can further down the road. The road itself takes about 10 minutes to walk down. We are probably 6 minutes in and looking behind us constantly. We get to the end of the road, turn around again, and nothing. And the lights turn off only for about 20 seconds, and we are now submerged in darkness. We cannot see much, but we see at the end of the road a bus stop. And at that bus stop, we see 5 people. 2 children, their parents, and the elderly lady. Just standing there, staring. We have nowhere else to go now. I tried calling my friends to see if they were awake, but their phones were dead, so I couldn't contact anyone. My friend was still scared, and so was I, but I started to get angry, so I marched towards them to ask them what are they playing at. The lights turn back on, which makes me jump. I look around me, I grab my friend, and I head towards them, but they are gone. I still have their faces and clothing all imprinted in my mind. This was Christmas Day morning, so 4 a.m. Christmas Day. My friend doesn't understand what happened, and I for sure don't. We've tried to talk to friends about it, but they think the darkness tricked our minds. It's something I can't stop thinking about, and I dream about it. I dream about it. More nightmares. And I can barely sleep since. Any suggestions? It sounds crazy, but I don't care. This happened.
Something appeared in the woods. An ex-girlfriend of mine used to live on this small rural island in Minnesota called Grey Cloud Island. At one point, the island had the highest concentration of Indian burial mounds in the country. There is a lot of history there, and it, at one time, was considered sacred. I'm sure you all know how that went. At any rate, across the street from my ex's mailbox was a long, overgrown gravel driveway blocked off by a rusty chain. On one of our late evening jots, we decided to step over the chain and make our way down this driveway, which was a good quarter of a mile long, if not more. The driveway opened up into a small clearing of sorts, in the center of which was all that remained of our home's foundation. Then little more than a rectangular patch of concrete. The trees which ringed the clearing were sparse in some places, thicker in others, but even so we could see a lot of the ground beyond the clearing. Grassy, humped ground. Trees, nothing else. The ex-girlfriend had a blanket, which she spread out on the patch of concrete. We lay down together and talked for some space, the while listening to the chirr of the crickets. Dusk had just crept in, and we were still lying there when he heard movement in the woods nearby. The furtive crackle of branches, crunching leaves. It was very close, much too close for comfort. From the sound of it, it was no more than 20 yards away. Surely we would have heard its approach from a way off. After all, sound has a tendency to carry in the woods. We got up by mutual, unspoken agreement, and in the dark made our hasty but careful way to the driveway. The sound of something approaching from the woods changed. It was now in the clearing, where he had been only moments before. As shiz scared as ever I've been, I broke into a run, which was immediately arrested by my girlfriend, who urgently whispered, "Don't run, it provokes chase." I did as she bade, and together, in silence, we moved back down the driveway. Moved as fast as we could without actually running. By the time we got to the street, the sounds were gone. "What do you think that was?" I asked her. "I don't want to talk about it," she said, stone-faced. She was 100% Native American. I knew she knew more than she let on, but regardless of how much I pried, she never told me what it was. To this day, I wonder. There's something following me. I decided to reach out finally after seeing something I cannot begin to describe. I made this account to post this and hopefully find some answers. I've lived in Virginia for almost 3 years now and started a graveyard shift job at a gigantic complex which includes original houses from the 80s colonial period. For those who live here, they will be able to identify the exact location in which I'm referring to. I've worked here before, going on a year and a half. I monitor every building and repair any HVAC equipment during the night. Thinking back to my first weird experience at this job, it was when I first stayed during the graveyard shift. I heard an unidentifiable noise. My second month here, around 4 in the morning. I don't scare easily, and I'm a bit of a horror movie buff. It was a very low growl. It sounded as if it was crouching right behind me in my office. I sat there stunned, not turning around, not moving whatsoever. When I got the courage to turn and see what it could be, there was nothing there. I tried to talk to my co-workers about the noise, but since I'm a young guy that does a bit of pranking, no one really took me too seriously. Trust me when I say, I question so much and pick apart horror movies as a hobby. So when I couldn't identify this sound, I blamed it on the shite refrigerator I have in here. It's been well over a year now. I've never once heard that noise again. Recently, I've been leaving early to take a scenic route to get to work, enjoying the fall foliage and the cool breeze. I've been pulling into the same spot for the past couple of weeks to smoke cigs and relax before getting there and clocking in. Last week, when I pulled in and parked, I felt this uneasy feeling of being watched by something or someone in the tree line. I brushed it off the first 2 or 3 times it happened during the rest of the week. Now, this may seem like paranoia, but I know paranoia, being a recovering coke addict. I can promise you this isn't some delusion. This is a trust your gut type of paranoia. 3 days ago, I went back to flash some headlights and try to establish some dominance to take back my spot and to get nosy, hoping to see something, if anything at all. When I didn't see anything, I shrugged it off once again and decided to park anyway. No sinking feeling. I started to relax. I put the cig between my lips, cracked my window down about 8 inches, put my car in park and pull out my lighter. As I hit my lighter and lean in to light the cig, I get a cool sensation cover my entire body. The hair on the back of my neck stand up. As I look around the car, I peer into the rear view mirror and see a white shape about 50 feet from the back end of the car. I tap the brake to illuminate the area and see a gangly tall creature with a long white face standing on its back legs, hunched over 5 or 6 feet into the tree line, about 20 feet right behind my car. I took a sharp breath in and about coughed up a lung when I threw my car into drive and sped off. This was only a few days ago. I work by myself on the 2nd floor of a pretty secure building. I keep hearing crunching leaves as if a grown man is walking directly under the window where my office is. This only happens when I'm at work, where I feel it'll be a matter of time until I feel its presence at my house as well. The more I read and try to understand what I saw, I couldn't be more convinced that what I saw was a Wendigo. I'm starting to dream about this thing. Last night was the first night it appeared in a dream. Being in Virginia by myself gives me much relief from my family because they aren't in danger. If I even am in danger, sure as heck feels as if I am. Help! What was it really? What really attacked our horses? My sister and I took a ride on our horses a few days ago, and I would say our horses are fairly spook-proof. They sit still when we shoot rifles off their backs, so when they get spooked at a tall, dark, twisted figure in the corner of the woods, we flipped out and booked it back to the barn. We rode them straight into the barn, sucking down so we wouldn't get knocked off. They ran straight into their stalls. My sister was in a separate stall opposite me with her horse. We locked the stalls and bolted the door shut from the inside. This was a feature I never thought we would need. Dead bolts on the inside of a stall and wood windows covers. There was no way inside. I heard it chase us wherever it was had been following us closely through the field. I think we barely escaped. I didn't even notice my horse was bleeding on her left hip. I felt a kick while we were riding away, and I didn't think something had actually got her. She was sweating and I could see the white in her eyes. I stood away from the window and the door. My father must have seen us or it because we heard gunshots coming from the right side of the barn going toward the field. I called out to Sherry asking if she was okay. She was, but her horse was hurt just like mine. She asked if I saw what it was that scared the horses.
I told her I barely saw anything. To be honest, I still don't know what it was, but it was thin and dark and smelled rotten. It left claw marks deep in our horse's backsides. They'll have matching scars, but I don't think they'll let us take them back to the woods. They haven't left their stall for 2 days. My dad described it as really mutated and mangled dog. He shot at it when it started to run into the barn. He made it bleed, but we hadn't found the body. To be fair, he was pretty far away from it, so he didn't see it really good. What is it? I've heard of Skinwalkers and Wendigos, so I thought I'd post my story and ask. We have no clue to this day, but it always comes back at the end of every month without fail and kills our livestock. It hasn't come this close to us before, but now it's become a scary problem. Any help would be appreciated. I'll update soon. It should be back and my brothers are going to kill it this time. Wendigo in my shed. So to let you all know, I live in Canada and I've seen drunk people and bears, but what I saw was neither. I had just got in bed and started to doze off, but then I heard something scream. It was like if you were to run a sharp piece of metal on a chalkboard while screaming in a slimy, pitched voice. It scared me so bad I jumped out of bed, shocked. I looked out the window and what I saw was terrifying. I saw the shadow of a head like a deer with antlers and a tall thin body in my shed. I grabbed a flashlight and pointed it, and this thing, bad idea, when the light hit, it looked at me for about 20 seconds, but it felt like hours. I could make out more of its body now, and it looked so rotten. It looked more like a walking body inside of a working animal, if you would call it that. After a good stare off, it ran back into the forest. All I could see was a blur. I have had more incidents with it, but this was the scariest by far. Incident 2. If you haven't read my post, Wendigo in my shed, then I suggest you read it. Anyways, I had went to my friend's house for a party, and it was actually pretty fun, of course. I didn't drink and I was going to drive myself home. I'm the type of person who doesn't like to waste people's time, so when I go to parties, I don't want to have someone to drive in the snow at 9:30 in the middle of the woods. So I was going to drive myself home. I was about halfway to my house when something jumped in front of my car and on the other side of the road into the forest. But I didn't stop because this thing had antlers, so it could have been a deer. But it had long legs and arms, so that freaked me out enough to just keep on driving home. I got back home safe, but sadly that would not be the last time I saw this thing. Even though I prayed to never see it again, I have a few more stories if you guys want to hear them. I do still live in the same house, but I haven't seen it in a few weeks, and I wonder, will I ever see it again? Who wants to hear my Wendigo story? My boyfriend and I get off work at around 10 and 10:30. So we grocery shop at work. Work don't close till midnight. We were headed home and we take the cuts on our way home. We saw a slender but muscular person running naked across the road like an animal on all fours. The more we stared, the less human it looked. Muscular thin legs, hair fur running down its butt down to the calves. It was a curve next to a canal, so as we turned, seen it and our light beam shined on it. Our brights were on, and my light shined on the orchard it ran into. Those trees were leafless and apart, so we were able to see how it ran into the trees. Both my boyfriend and I saw it and both agreed it was no human, no monkey, no other animal, just a crazy creature. I recently told a friend and she told me it was a Wendigo. We live in Central Valley in California, and this is one of the weirdest encounters we've ever had. Can't do this anymore. I'm not dead, at least, but I need to kill this thing. It's been tormenting me for months, and I'm tired of it. During my search, I saw the same creature I saw before. The thing was crouched down in front of me, and it looked like a corpse of a bear. And I saw this, I booked it back to my house. I heard a growl behind me as I ran away. As the snapping of branches and sticks behind me. After I got back, I locked the door and windows and blinds. I was in bed when I heard tapping on the window next to my bed. I really gotta kill or get rid of this thing because I can't do this anymore. It happened again. So I've had a few run-ins with Wendigos as I live in northwestern PA. Tonight, though, I was walking my boyfriend out to his car like I usually do. We heard crunching, even though no one was walking. My dogs were inside and my family was all watching a movie. When we got to his car, I kissed him and started to do our usual goodbye. But we both heard a scream. I kissed him, told him to be safe and ran. Now I know none of y'all know anything about me, but I don't run. Then he called me because I was having a panic attack, and every time I've had an experience with a Wendigo, my chest gets tight and I feel incredibly sick, and I felt that all day today. Early in the day, we were at his house, and he didn't point this out to me until he called me, but he said he saw it. In his bedroom, there's a window about 7 feet off the ground, and he said he saw a little bit of grey pale head, I guess. And then as soon as he looked at it, the thing moved. I know this all might sound stupid or not make sense, and I answer any questions that are commented. I'm just freaking out. And he told his mum about it, and she's freaked out about it too. I had a weird dream about the Wendigo. Okay, so I don't really know where to begin, but we went camping. My grandparents took me and 4 of my friends. We just walk around the house, not thinking much of it, but we keep hearing really weird noises, but we don't do anything about it. Later on in my dream, me and my one friend were playing on the Wii, and then we heard this low growl in the room next to us. So we run outside the house. As we're running, the creature gets a hold of one of my friends and maul him to death. After that, it was over. We all got separated. I was hiding in the kitchen, and he walks into the kitchen, staring at me, and comes closer. And I start saying, it can't kill me cause it's morning. I don't know why I said this, but it worked. It left me alone, but it stayed in the house with me. I don't know, the creature was sort of being nice, I guess. But then since I was still scared, I told it I was gonna go look for my friends. But instead, I went to barricade myself in a room. And it didn't work, and then I woke up. I don't know if this means anything. I've been reading stories about this, and I'm wondering if anyone can give me an answer to what this might be. And if I dream of this again, is this a bad sign? I also live nowhere near the woods, but my old house that we moved out of 3 weeks ago was 3 blocks away from the forest. And another old house of mine from when I was in 2nd grade had the forest legit behind our house. And I remember there was always a black cat that lives behind there. I don't know if this really means anything. I just thought I'd put it out there. I also had another dream about this 2 weeks ago, but I don't really remember it. But me and my friend talked about the Wendigo that same night I had the first dream. Call me a liar. I had a dream of a Wendigo. It killed almost everyone I know. I can remember it so vividly, and any time I woke up and went back to sleep, the dream would just continue. Once I remembered how to kill it, the way we've been told how to. The dream would stop and I'd wake up. Anytime I tried, I'd never finish the job, and the dream would pick back up and start at the point before I killed it. I can't hide from it. Literally, it'll find me anywhere. It was a big sob, very big. The ground boomed when it walked. I can remember a well in the dream too, and the well was connected to a tunnel system. I'll assume this is where it resides. It was about as tall as a common motorhome and as big as a 2 standard white ones. You could blow up the well because it would relentlessly dig its way out to get you. He was big, red, and had no skin, just exposed muscle. Probably why he was red, but my mind told me it was a Wendigo. It still had the trademark antlers and skull. Its hands were large with daggers for claws. They'd challenge a modern blade for sure. I hope I don't have another dream of it. This dream gave me anxiety and sort of dread and paranoia. As for me, I only have a pinky width of Native American. I am a Texas-born man, still in Texas, 19 years old, white. I do fancy listening to stories about it often, and I've even talked about it. I guess I forgot that rule about talking about it. Comments, opinions, tips and other things. Or don't. I just felt I should post this. If I remember anything else important, I'll make a new post with the same title, but with a part 2 on it. So, what are Wendigos? In some traditions, humans that were overpowered by greed could turn into Wendigos. The myth thus served as a method of encouraging cooperation and moderation. Other sources say Wendigos were created when a human resorted to cannibalism to survive. Humans could also turn into Wendigos by being in contact with them for too long. So these were the 3 theories as to how Wendigos came about. Let's look at 3 stories now that contain Wendigos. Number 1. First encounter. Hello again. As I have seen some of you wanted to hear the stories I have to tell. I have one too many to post in just one paragraph, so I'll chop them up and let you guys decide whether or not you want more. I live in a small town in northeastern Pennsylvania that is surrounded by farms and endless forests. As a kid, I spent most of my time fishing for trout or building stick forts. Now I have bonfires and I deer hunt. So as you can imagine, I'm outside most of the time. At this point, I know almost every paw print or call of the local animals, and I can identify it almost immediately. At the age of 13, I went over to one of my friend's houses for his birthday party, mid-June, alongside another 2 guys. We used to hang out a lot, but after this incident, things happened and we broke apart and went our own ways. Anyways, we were crazy and imagining exploring abandoned places and finding paranormal spirits, as all the YouTubers did at the time. About 3 miles into the forest, there was an abandoned quarry. All of us were excited to explore it, so we got the birthday boy, his name is Aiden, to lie to his dad and say we were going for a walk through the woods. Aiden's dad said yes, but to not wander off too far, and to pay attention to the trees due to the number of mountain lion sightings in the area recently. Many say they don't live here in Pennsylvania, said to be a boogeyman of sorts, but I've seen one with my own eyes and I can tell you they're here along with wolves. We gear up and grabbed our phones and knives. Well, at the time I didn't have a knife, but I borrowed one from one of the big guys. His name was Clayton, and he's a little out of shape, putting it nicely. He usually brought up to 10 knives to our parties like some sort of serial killer. Sometimes he made me worry. He also gave one to our 4th guy named Marcellus, more ghetto than country boy, but it's okay, we got along at the time. As we packed our bags and got ready, we poked fun at each other, me insulting Aiden's choice of footwear, wearing a pair of black and white Vans, while the rest of us wore boots. Clayton poking fun at me for being the smallest guy in the group, and Marcellus backing up Clayton's insults. As we headed out the door, excited for what we were going to find in the amazing abandoned quarry, imagining old mine shafts deep in the ground where coral was mined or copper, the air seemed to change. Change as in heavier, like when a kid in class threatens to kill everyone in the room. Yeah, that kind of heavy. Almost a primitive fear. As I eerily looked around, curious about what installed this primitive fear into my system. The others talked about what we were going to find. I think we are going to find some coal. Maybe we can sell it to some local farmer, commented Clayton in an almost wishful sort of way. It's a quarry, dumbass, not a mine shaft, yelled Aiden, furious with Clayton's idiotic comment. Aiden had a tendency to get angry over the stupidest of mistakes. Even a misspoken word was enough to set him off. Same thing, mine shaft, quarry, your mum's, all things worth exploring, Clayton said in a mocking tone. Shut the up before I rock your world, fat, Aiden yelled in rage, almost about to throw a fist and knock his teeth out. As Marcellus calmed down, both of them down, I zoned out. As we were walking into the woods, now after going through a long field, the feeling of dread was getting stronger, and I almost wanted to run. I knew I was being watched. I always know when someone stares at me in class. I usually look directly at them when I notice the feeling. I started to scan my surroundings. Maple trees, rocks, cliffs, bones, birds, beehives. Wait, bones? I backtracked to where I seen bones and looked a little closer. About 60 yards away, at the bottom of a cliff, was a dead deer. Fresh blood still on its bones, flesh hanging from its skull. I imagined the thing that could have mutilated it so badly, and thought of a 1,000-pound black bear with rabies. Honestly, now I wish it just was a bear. Hey, dipstick, I'm talking to you, Clayton pegged me with a rock and broke my trance. What do you want, man? I said, clearly annoyed. I said, what the hell are you looking at? Clayton barked, irritated that I didn't respond sooner. Nothing. Come on, let's get going. Still another 2.5 miles till we reach the quarry. Nothing exciting happened as we climbed a large hill. I felt the air get heavier and my primal fear clawing its way up my spine as if it's about to dig itself out. Once we reached the top of the hill, there was a level part still filled with maple and birch trees and some decent sized rocks. There was a barbed wire fence that led to a clearing, freshly mowed like a field. Aiden commented, saying that was his property and his neighbor probably was trespassing again. As we got to the fence, I noticed something red hanging from the fence. A rag or piece of clothing covered in dried blood, and underneath it was a rusted old knife with a saw blade on one side and a sharp edge on the other. Me and Marcellus argued for a minute about who got the knife, and I gave in and let him have it. We crawled under the fence and walked through the field. Right now we were only about half a mile away from the quarry. I zoned out again as we walked. No one was talking about anything exciting anyway, and I scanned my surroundings when my fear jumped, almost right out of me. I couldn't place it as I frantically looked around. Something bad, no, something evil was nearby and I could sense it. I was at the back of the line so no one noticed my panic. I went tree to tree, scanning for something out of place, and when I got to a birch tree, roughly 25 yards away, I saw it. There was a large, lengthy, grey hand wrapped around the tree. I could almost make out claws. I looked up above the hand and I could just barely see the edge of a head. I looked at my friends who got a little bit ahead of me, looked back at the tree and the grey thing was gone. I ran to catch up with my friends, deciding to keep what I just saw quiet so I'm not made fun of for the rest of the weekend. We finally started to see a clearing up ahead with another barbed wire fence. We walked through a patch of thorn bushes about as tall as me, and they shredded our bare torsos as we took off our shirts and hung them from our shoulders. We crouched under the fence and made it to the quarry. Now, almost 50 years later, it was just some old cow pasture. We were a little bummed out, as we were hoping for the ultimate mineshaft experience, but we knew logically what we would find. There was this cool little part where the rock was cut out, leaving a 10-foot drop below to the cow pasture. We went over there and screwed around on the cliff. It was roughly 100 yards away from the tree line, so we were a little far from the woods. There was a pallet with some perfect cut square rocks in it, and we looked through them, fascinated by how precise they were. But in the end, we just left them. Aiden got the idea to take some Instagram pictures, and as we got into position to take photos for our pages, Aiden, we all spun around towards the far woods, hearing his dad, but it was off, almost mechanical. Startled by how quiet it was, almost a whisper, but the woods were 100 yards away. My fear crawled its way into me, and I wanted to go home, knowing something was wrong. Guys, we need to go, I stated, walking towards the tree line. The others followed. My fear grew stronger and stronger. I scanned the field, then the cliff, then the trees. As I was walking, we were at the tree line, scrambling under the fence. Snap! A branch cracked not too far from us. We all looked. Marcella still under the fence, and we saw it. 20 yards away was this 9-foot human-like animal. No, not animal. It stood on 2 legs like a human. Its grey skinny arms ended at its knees, and its claws were as big as its hands. It was partially crouched, perching its elbows on its knees, staring at us with its hot red eyes. Teeth stuck out of its mouth like a piranha, with large canines like a dog. Its teeth were an ugly yellowish and blackish colour, with some bloodstain on its top row. We all stood, frozen and staring at this beast. Then its eyes snapped to me. It made eye contact and twitched. In fear, I let out a gasp. Its eyes perked up as it heard this, as if in pleasure. It slowly stood up, breaking my trance, and I jumped into flight mode. "Run!" I screamed, making a dash for home. The field only 50 yards away, the creature let out an almost metallic, human, bear-like roar. Its scream filled me with fear, and I could sense the hate in its veins. This monster was primal fear. We ran like hell as it chased after us, dodging left and right, changing direction, tripping it up so it can't catch us. We dove under the barbed wire fence and kept running. I looked back to see it hurdle the fence like it was nothing. Hot on our heels, running on all fours, I tripped over a branch and rolled, catching myself, and kept running. But this put me at the back of the line. I felt its hot breath on my back as it ran. It let out another scream, and I jumped off the nearby cliff to my right. My friends did the same. It was only a 15-foot drop onto some dead leaves and grass, so we landed somewhat nicely, except I rolled my ankle in the process, and Aiden landed his knee on a rock. I looked back and saw I almost landed on the deer corpse from earlier, and that gave me a spark of renewed energy. The tree line was only 300 yards away, and we ran like hell. We heard it screeching and scrambling down the hill at full speed. We vaulted over rocks and slid under fallen trees, and this thing was right on us the whole time, teeth bared and roaring in hatred. I knew the only goal this abomination had was to mutilate us like the deer. We ran and ran. Then it roared again, this time sounding almost in defeat. We cleared the tree line and ran to the road. We turned back around to see where it was, and it stood in the tree line, almost out of view, but still visible enough to see it. "Even," it croaked in a voice so unnatural and satanic, almost like the demons in movies but more metallic. I didn't mention this before, but my name is Even. My friends always call each other mean things, so we rarely said our real names instead of primal fear. This time I felt primal rage. I puffed out my chest and slammed my hands on my pecs. You want a piece of me, you ugly son of a... Come at me, I screamed, a little unsettled by my primal outburst. This thing simply smiled, turned around, and walked away. We all looked at each other and went back to the house. Aiden's dad didn't hear the scream, so we had to explain nothing. We went and hid in his room in silence. None of us really talked about it much except for me. If I was to ask them now about it, they would probably say it was just a bear and that we overreacted. But I'm telling you now, there was more to come to prove suspicious. At least to me. So that was part 1. Leave a comment if you want to hear more stories. Number 2. Fear in the Woods. This story is 100% true, and I'm writing it on here to warn other people and let them know that there's definitely something out there. And to this day, I still don't know what it was, nor have I gone into any woods or forests whatsoever. If you don't believe me, that's completely fine. Read this as a fun story at your own expense. But for those of you out there with an open mind, or you've seen something yourself, just know you're not alone. And just typing it out and remembering this account is causing me to shake with anxiety and fear. First off, I am a girl and live in North Carolina of the United States. I was 15 at the time of my encounter and was definitely not a believer in anything supernatural, paranormal, or anything of the sort. It happened while I was at the local summer camp. There was absolutely nothing special about that day. No weird lights, people, animals, sounds, nothing. It was just the same camp schedule as I'd grown used to in the past 2 weeks I'd been there. My age group had just finished lunch and was able to persuade our counselor to let us play a game called Scatter Down by the Lake. It's like a giant hide and seek in the woods. Now, we had played this at least 20 times before that day, and nothing weird had happened to any of us, and we all grew up playing in the woods, so it's not like we had an aversion of fear of it. But for some reason that day, when our counselor shouted scatter and I ran to find a hiding place, it became a whole new ball game. I had run as far as I could while still being able to see the lake, as were the rules, and had found a large old uprooted tree that I decided would be the perfect hiding place. So I laid down as close as I could against the ground and waited. I had been there for about 5 minutes when I suddenly heard a voice calling my name in a weird, dreamy-like voice, and not just any voice, my mum's. Now, me and my mum are extremely close, thick as thieves, so I'd know her voice anywhere, and I would swear on my own grave that it was without a doubt hers. But I knew it couldn't be her. She was 20 miles away at work, and even if it had actually been her, and she'd come to pick me up early, the voice wasn't coming from the lake. It was coming further out in the woods, beyond the border of the camp. I knew I should have run away from this strange mimic mum voice, but I couldn't. It was almost hypnotic. It messed with my thoughts and gave me doubts like, well, it could be mum, or what if she's hurt and I have to get to her? All these things were flooding into my mind like someone had broken a dam I didn't know was there, until they finally overwhelmed me and emotion got the better of me and I took off running in the direction the voice was coming from. I ran as fast as I could with only this strange voice as my guide. I couldn't have run for more than 5 or 7 minutes when I got to the clearing and the voice suddenly stopped. When I entered the clearing and didn't hear my mum's voice calling me anymore, I finally thought clearly again and started to have little alarm bells go off inside my head saying, "You idiot," or "That's not mum," and "Run." But I couldn't run. I didn't know where to run. I had gotten so far away, I had lost sight of the lake by camp and had absolutely no idea where I was. And I was completely exhausted to boot. With no other options than to sit and catch my breath, I did just that. No sooner I sat down, more warning bells went off in my mind. I quickly did a 360 survey around the clearing and noticed a strange noise. It wasn't the continuation of the voice before. No, it was the distinct sound of chattering teeth, like if you were cold. Only there was no one else around, and it was the middle of June in North Carolina. There's no way someone could be cold. And that's when I heard it. Leaves and sticks crunch on the edge of the small clearing, and I realized something was watching me. And then whatever it was moved and fast in circles around the clearing, almost like it was circling prey. And it was at that moment I knew whatever it was had led me out there, away from the rest of my group, exactly like the predator. My instincts had been screaming at me that it was. Without any other option other than to try and escape, I took off in the direction I thought I came from and sprinted as fast as I could, all the while hearing the chittering of teeth and sticks crunching behind me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't dare turn around, see what was chasing me. I knew that if I did, I would slow down, and I absolutely would not. It felt like a lifetime running away from this thing before I finally saw the lake, and even though I didn't think I could, I ran faster than I ever have in my life. When I broke the tree line, I ran to the lake where I knew my friends were. At that point, I felt safe enough to stop and look back and see just what had been chasing me. But when I did, I only saw a fleeting form running back the way I had come, and the distinct sound of chittering teeth. When I finally found my counselor, I was hysterical with fear and hugged her as tight as I could. When I finally calmed down, she tried to get me to tell her what happened, but I just asked, "Why are you calling my name?" Before she even said anything, I already knew the answer. After all, it had been my mum's voice that led me away from everyone else. But what she replied with, was so much more bone-chilling to me. She told me, "No one called for you. We didn't know you were gone. Everyone is still hiding. The game isn't over yet." Number 3. Wendigo in Wisconsin. This is still hard for me to wrap my head around because it shook me to my core. But this story takes place just over a year ago, in late November 2018. I live in a rural suburban in SEWI, near a line of woods and ponds. My town is small and everything is silent and dark by 9 p.m. I tend to walk my dog after dinner and before bed, and my town is pretty safe, so walking her in the dark never fazed me until this. I live in an apartment complex that is on the end of a residential street, so most of the street is older houses. One night I was walking my dog around 10:30 p.m. I think, when I saw something on the front lawn of one of these houses. They didn't have a light on their front porch, so most of their lawn was dark. But with lights from the surrounding houses, I could see a figure standing in the middle of their lawn. It was very tall and skinny, almost as tall as the roof of their ranch house, because even standing in the middle of the front yard, it looked almost as tall as the house.
It was standing on its hind legs, but had antlers or some type of tall ears like a bunny, and its arms and legs were abnormally long and stretched to the bone. The moment I saw it, my body froze, and I had that feeling that you only get when you're near immediate danger or evil. So this tall, lanky creature is standing there, and I can't see its face, but by its positioning, I know it has noticed me. Also, my dog, who is normally aware of every living creature from a mile away in a snowstorm, is completely unaware of its presence. It felt like longer, but it was only a few seconds before this creature jumped straight up in the air. And I mean straight up, not forward, and bounded to the back of the house in 3 large strides. It didn't make a sound, and the way it jumped and moved was unlike any animal I've ever seen. The closest I would akin to it would be a deer, and it was on its hind legs, and had the body features of a stretched out human, but with antlers or tall ears. I felt stuck, and almost hypnotized by the whole thing, but came to my senses enough to call attention to my dog, and turned around to head for home. Behind all of the houses on this side of the street is woods, and some of the trees wrap around between this house and the neighboring house, coming back towards home. We turned around, my eyes glued to the trees, and when we got to the middle of the houses, I could see 2 eyes watching me through the 2 houses. The presence and overall weight of the feeling this whole encounter gave me still sticks with me as clearly as the night it happened. I can remember it all so vividly and still feel the weight. Ever since that night, I've been thinking about it and running through all of the possibilities of what it could be, but always coming up with no explanation. It wasn't until about a month ago that I was watching a special on supernatural encounters that I heard about Wendigos. The description fit perfectly and made my blood run even colder. I'm fully convinced that what I saw that night had to have been a Wendigo. I made a point to only walk my dog during the daylight during the summer months, and on the connecting street that is the main road of my town, that is at least lit with streetlights in the winter when it gets dark before I'm even home from work. Since that night, I haven't had any other direct encounter with it, except one event that I'm not sure is related, but feels the same. The same feeling of being watched. Across from my apartment complex, there is a small pond surrounded by trees. A few weeks ago, my brother was over and he was outside smoking when he came in quickly and locked the door behind him. I had mentioned my encounter to him when it first happened, but he shrugged it off like most people I told, and likely didn't give it a second thought. He looked shaken and kept looking through the peephole in my door and not saying anything. He finally got out that he was outside smoking and had loud dragging and rustling sounds coming from the wooded pond area. He said he was listening for about a minute and thought he caught a glimpse of something very tall near the tree line. He described it as a sound they would make if someone were dragging a heavy animal or body through rough brush woods, and he had a feeling of dread and heaviness, like he couldn't look away and was being honed in on by something. Normally, I'm the type of person that would go out and look for myself, maybe even going down by the pond to explore and find something, but this case shuts all of that down. There's something viscerally evil about this creature that not even I care to explore further. I've tried telling people in my life about all of this, but as most people do with this type of stuff, none of them really put any stock into it, except my brother now that he's had this experience. I'm of the mind that things beyond our comprehension and everyday scope absolutely do exist, and this is one I won't be messing with or going on adventures to see again. Legends and beliefs exist for a reason, and this is one I don't want to mess with. So Wendigo in my neighborhood, let's not meet.